I see. Nope. It wasn't taken down. That has all been dealt with. To perform diplomacy on a dog? Oh. What does that entail? Ha, tail. Hello, hello, and tail. Bum, 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 bum. Your emergency alert works so good. Trans rights are human rights. That's all I got this morning for that. I know it's quiet, but that's my voice turned up as loud as I could. Good morning, everybody. Okay, I'm gonna try one more thing for YouTube, and then otherwise I'm gonna have to cut my losses for today. I did get an email about it, and it basically said, oh, it's not quite on your end? Okay. It's working. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Can someone go to YouTube and tell me if my video's up? Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, y'all. Ah, we here. Hooray. All right. You're live. Excellent. Awesome, awesome. Thank you, guys. Okay. Good morning. Now we're actually here. 13 minutes later. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Gavin. And Lucky Owl. And Narrowpunk. And Tyrion. And Aglelix. And Enigma. And Nick. And Morgan. And Anu. And Lucky's here. And Tyrion again. And Faya! Morning, good morning. Oh, all the way down. Aw, thanks, Ninja. We're happy to have you, friend. Oh, and Enigma, hello. Good morning. We are not in for a super happy fun time this morning, but we're gonna do it together. Yeah. I'm sure most of you know that yesterday did not go super well. You have your bruh loaded and ready. Yeah. Did I see this statement from Sweden? No. Statement from Sweden, Tyrion. Can you share it in the Discord? Three F-35s. Oh, good. Highly functioning computer this morning. Thanks, Tyrion. I am assuming you're talking about this. No? Yes? Maybe? Hey, Marquis, how are you? Not quite sure what we're looking at here. No worries, yeah. Thank you, Elemental. You're prepared for the horror? So good. You're supposed to cut back on the F3 order and purchase planes from Sweden. Ah, gotcha. Marquis, you did. Yeah, it's been a struggle. I'm glad that YouTube is up this morning. Merritt Stiles got kicked out of the Ontario legislature? Oh my goodness. The horrors in the world. Do you have a clip of that? Because maybe we could use some... Funny? Not funny? They'd be built here by Canadians and we have control over maintenance and parts. Huh, that's awesome. Did you share the link? Somewhere, Tyrion? Not finding it. Oh, y'all, my brain is at half. We're half up right now. Oh, and general politics. Okay, that's why I can't find it. Looking at Canadian politics. Ah, got it. Ah, and it's our friend Vashi. Excellente. Let's take a look at this. Good morning, Plane Power. We'll start the stream with this. This seems like a good way to start rather than, you know, looking at Alberta straight away. We are going to be looking at Alberta. We are going to be talking about the madness that happened there. So I made sure to... Trans rights are human rights. Oh goodness, that is loud on your end. I'm sorry. I made sure to make that a sound redeem. All right, let's take a look at what Vashi has to say here.
Also here with the delegation, she joins us tonight exclusively. Hi, Deputy Prime Minister. It's a pleasure to meet you and a pleasure to welcome you to our studio. Thank you for making the time.
Well, thank you, and thank you for a warm welcome to Canada, despite the cold weather. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen so many Swedish flags outside of Sweden, so we're very, very happy about the warm welcome.
Well, I will start on that point, because I think that as Canadians, we're used to seeing companies come and pitch something that they would like Canada to purchase. In this case, it's not just the company, it's literally, quite literally, royalty, and then, you know, some of the most important people in the Swedish government, including yourself. Why?
Yeah, I've been looking for more of her interviews because I think she's so phenomenal at just like putting people in their place. We need that a little bit more.
Is this something you felt you wanted to be here for?
Well, we brought in the heavy artillery. We brought in the king and queen of Sweden. It doesn't get any better than that. But I would say that everyone knows these are truly turbulent and quite tough and challenging times. And in those times, you need to choose your friends wisely, and Sweden is choosing Canada, and I think rightly so. And we're also seeing a very strategic work from Canada, and not least from Prime Minister Carney himself, in choosing his friends globally now very, very strategically. And I think Sweden is a great partner to Canada. We actually used to share the same bedrock.
The last Prime Minister was elected in 2022. And I believe they are approaching an election in September of 2026 in Sweden.
Did you know that before we were separated by the Atlantic, we were used to be called Rodinia, which is also could be translated into family. And in that sense, I think Canada is quite a bit of family to Sweden. We share a lot of the same values when it comes to, we're both high trust, egalitarian societies, and we believe in that openness, but that openness should not be used against us. And I think now we need to choose our friends very, very wisely. So when we come to America, we come to Canada now.
Love that. That is a statement that we want from our international friends, is that they're going to come to Canada instead.
That's quite a statement. I want to get right to the heart of the matter, which in my view, and I think many Canadians would share, is the possibility of Canada buying fighter jets from a Swedish company in Saab. And I wanted to ask, right off the bat, if it will be possible.
Good morning, Kane. I don't know if you can hear me through the sound of my husband's coffee grinder, but good morning.
Well, let's say Canada decides to go down that route. I mean, we have an order for 88 fighter jets from the United States, but 16 are coming. That means there's another, 70 plus that could be, that would fill our capability need. Is that a gap that Saab could fill?
The short answer is yes. Sweden is open for business, and JAS Gripen is probably the best firefighter in the fighter jet in the world, and I think we are prepared to increase that production. And Prime Minister Carney has made it very clear, and me speaking to Minister Jolie as well, that would also then entail job opportunities here in Canada.
Yes, I did see something about Melanie Jolie doing an interview, a meeting with Sweden. I just hadn't looked into it further.
Working for Canada in the interest of the Canadians, but of course it would be a great opportunity for the strategic partnership to go from paper to action between Sweden and Canada.
And I do have questions on the opportunities as you just described it, but I did want to ask, just jumping off the same sort of idea around capacity or capability. What I garner from your answer is that Sweden could fulfill, that number of jets. The timeline is significant as well, because we do have a capability gap here in Canada. Can the Gripen do what the F-35s would have done in the same amount of time?
Well, I would say that Gripen comes with a slightly different set of capacities.
Have a good one, Alex. We'll see you later.
It's a highly intricate and highly sophisticated system operation.
Yeah, that would be interesting, Lucky, for sure.
That if you have ever flown a fighter jet like this, I have not. Obviously, it is not my line of work.
Me either. Yeah.
But the men and women that are set to actually defend our countries, defend our values.
A few years ago, Sweden's king said it was important to say Sweden king instead of King of Sweden. The country comes first. Interesting.
The ones that we have seen operating the airspace above Poland now, for example, where Sweden is participating in an air policing mission there, and FLF in the Baltic area, where Canada is leading. It's something that is very difficult to get in another fighter jet, which makes the Gripen very special. But this would be a commitment between Sweden and Canada to also increase the tempo of permitting and the process to actually get these produced and up and running into space. But we're prepared to do that work, and Saab is well represented this week as well.
Might it take a little bit longer? Do I garner from what you're saying, though, just because of the fact that it has a different set of requirements?
No, Saab would be the ones that would have to answer for details of that sort. But the way that we have looked into this together with our Canadian counterparts, we think that we can match what is needed for the Canadian interests.
And when you talk about, and certainly the company has...
These are topics that only the generals of both countries discuss, not journalists. I would disagree. Good journalists have covered this topic very well, absolutely, Fea. And it's not the generals of the countries that are talking. We have Federal Industry Minister Melanie Jolie and Sweden's Deputy Prime Minister Ebba Busch are the ones that were talking about this and have discussed this. So it's actually not the generals. It is two wonderful, strong women who are organizing this together, which I think is phenomenal.
Spoken about this very recently to my colleague who was over in Sweden, the possibility of creating Canadian jobs. That the federal government has almost made it a stipulation of whatever agreement goes forward. Can you expand on what you envision for that? Like for Canadians in particular who are watching tonight, wondering what this means for them, how would you answer that?
No, to put it very, very bluntly, it would mean Canadian jobs in Canada. It would be a Swedish fighter jet, world class, but it would be a true partnership, and that is what we're saying now. We're friends, we're allies, we're true partners, and that is
Absolutely
what we're working for with the strategic partnership that was signed between my Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson and Prime Minister Mark Carney today as well. So it would entail concrete job opportunities here.
And I know in the one instance when it comes to the fighter jet, for example, the pitch is for a certain number of jobs, but we're reading reports now that there could be an additional pitch for...
What's debate AM Rail?
Do it, lady.
Thank you for the follow, friend. What is debatable?
Or a different type of aircraft, a surveillance one in the global eye. I'm wondering from where you sit, kind of bigger picture, is the idea of this relationship, you know, job creation in a country, like making things, you know, Swedish companies making things in Canada, is that a harbinger of things to come? Like, do you envision, best case scenario, more of that?
Yes, and that is what we're hoping to get out of this also. This is the reason why we come with a large and highly qualified business delegation this week as well. Sweden is truly open for business, and coming back to the matter of increased competitiveness, truly serving our citizens, the Swedish people and the Canadian people. I think Europe, for far too long, we've played...
CRTC updates definition of Canadian content, says AI doesn't count.
In sort of, to speak Canadian, to speak hockey terms, we've played in box play, and it's time to get out of that and, well, come into power play instead. And then we need to choose our friends very, very wisely. And you know, we're a small country, but we're a very smart country. We're the second in the world when it comes to innovation. The reason that we can make fighter jets, submarines, AVAC systems, that we also send satellites into space.
One of the things Sweden is probably worried about is a war. In a war with Russia, they probably destroy the manufacturing. Canada is a bit harder for Russia to hit. Just
space, although we're a 10 million people country, the reason we can deliver all of this because we choose our friends very, very specifically. Nice. And we'd like to partner up even closer with Canada to make sure that we have value chains in a double sense. Value, economic value for our citizens, but also value with countries with whom we share the same values.
Do you think...
I love that. Really quickly then, since... Let's take a look at this. We won't watch all of it. Again, it's super long, but...
Is Sweden.
This is the king.
This event has grown into a trusted and valued platform for deepening trade and business relations between our two countries.
It drives me nuts when they don't have subtitles or closed captions. Long speech from the king there, and then Melanie Jolie, Vice President. Here we go. Let's look at their discussion. Here we go. Yes, Faya, I did hear about Vine coming back. So I've heard that you can't put AI on it, but that they are going to be using it for data gathering, which is not ideal either.
So while Ebba is getting mic'd up here, very good. Now, yes, always.
Maybe later tonight.
Whatever the Deputy Prime Minister says, I am in that
see, that's why.
It's so good to have you here. May I start off by kind of an almost political existential question? The Canadian academic and writer Naomi Klein once wrote that politics hates a vacuum. It is, if it isn't filled with hope, someone will fill it with fear. And in these times, I think a lot of people actually feel that it is a bit difficult to have a positive perspective on the future. How can you work now, and how can we work together to fill that space with hope and void that is filled with fear?
Well, listen, I'm full of optimism today. I think...
Oh, leftist audio. Hi, little taters.
Are we okay?
That was a bad combination here.
Yep, we're good. Okay. I think that Canada has gone through a lot in the past year. But I feel that there's a renewed sense of optimism because there's a feeling that, and I was referring to it in my remarks, that we can control things. That, well, indeed, there's a lot to be anxious about. There are things that we can take decisions on that will make our lives better, and
We're doing okay, little taters. We're covering some positive news before we have to dive into the madness that was Alberta last night.
ultimately, the future of our country and our kids and grandkids better. And today is just a good example.
Exactly.
If you would have organized a delegation like this in the past 2-3 years, people would have been really, really happy to see you because, of course, we love Swedes and we have so much in common. You talked about the weather, you talked about hockey, but we took our friends for granted, you know? That's what we did. And we thought that the rules as they were developed would be followed and, you know, we would continue to do business. And bit by bit, geopolitics became more complicated. And, you know, oh, well, it's happening elsewhere in Europe, in the Middle East. We're in North America. That's not the case. Mm-hmm. And we felt protected by our geography. And, you know, not everybody will tell you, but that was a bit the ethos of our nation. Until what happened with the trade tensions in, you know, basically the rhetoric.
Yeah, it really is plain power.
Months. And I think that was a reckoning that we needed to... there's an expression where I come from in Canada, which is Quebec, which is Francophone province. We call it maître chez nous, master of our own land, being able to be in charge of things. And while there's a lot of protectionism going on, we can continue to do free trade. We can do so, obviously, with Sweden, and you know, we have a powerhouse here with us. That's you, Eva. We, you know, with the European Union, Canada is the only G7 country having so many free trade agreements. Well, the only free trade, you know, the only country of the G7 having free trade agreements with every other G7 countries. So I think that we can just do things and not be scared of doing things. We can do business, be closer, create new networks, and this will have a huge impact in the next decades. But there's a rupture that happened over the past few months. And,
yeah, she would. She's really got her head on straight.
We're basically going to do things differently. And we will build our country strong. And we will do so with friends, you know, and great relationships that are trustworthy, like Sweden.
One step is actually the signing of the strategic platform of collaboration ground that was signed yesterday by the prime ministers. And let me ask you about how can we break that into kind of concrete actions? How do we go from the fancy words in the writing into what we actually do together?
Well, you could help us out in this room. Because it's not policymakers that create job opportunities and economic growth. We can set bad or good conditions for it, but ultimately it's you as business leaders, you're the ones that are the true job creators. And what we're trying to do here is pave way basically for you guys and to create better business opportunities for you already starting this week. And I think a few of you in the room have met quite a lot of politicians. And you know, and you can hear now, we're good at talking. And sometimes we sign papers that bear a huge symbolic value. The strategic partnership with Canada is such a paper, but not only. This can truly be translated into very concrete steps and actions
You wildly failed at making coffee. You set up your French press with the grounds and the water, and then I forgot the steeping time and had coffee-tainted water. Gross. Hot bean water. Yep. Love it. What's that? Yeah. Have a good one, Faya. We'll see you a little bit later. All right. So, definitely some positive news. We like to see partnerships with other countries that are going to bring in some Canadian jobs. All right. Let's open up my giant document of organization for today. I did see Eve is on the Discord, y'all. All right. We'll wait for the ad. Ontario's NDP Styles kicked out of legislature for calling the Ford government corrupt. Oh, good. Oh, good. We shouldn't be going nearly as long as Monday. No. Today will be a much shorter one. I'm not really going to cover anything federal today. We're going to talk about Alberta's awfulness, and then we're going to work on some Manitoba news. And that's kind of it for today. All right.
Speaker, first he's hiding behind unions, dragging their names through the mud. Now he's hiding behind workers in the civil service. The one thing this minister will not do is take responsibility for the mess that he has created. Whew. I have been asking these questions for 5 weeks now.
Sorry. Oh my goodness, you guys. I'm like a super professional streamer.
Minister will not do is take responsibility for the mess that he has created. Questions for 5 weeks now, and the Premier doesn't even do us one and get up and answer a question, Speaker. Bills are being rammed through this legislature. It is the donors and the lobbyists that are connected to this government. It is the strip clubs and the numbered companies. It is the endless grift of a anti-democratic and, yes, corrupt government.
Member to withdraw. I will ask the member to withdraw.
Uh-oh.
Speaker, I will not.
I am warning the member. The member has been named. He will have to leave the chamber.
All right. Ooh, here he is. He's going to escort her out. There she gets. Is Doug even there? Good question. He would be here somewhere if he was. But
over 40.
Wow. All right. Nothing like some good old calling people out for exactly what's happening. Hi, Fierce Tuskers. How are you this morning? Alrighty. Let's start with... Oh, here. Let's start with this. I will be right back, y'all. All right. Thanks for holding, Yell. Father-in-law dropped off some photos from my mom's wedding over the summer. Anyway, I just want to quickly cover this because I feel so... Yeah. After angry social media messages, Conservative MP has to explain why she missed the budget. This is Shannon Stubbs. She is one of the Conservative MPs that did not vote on Monday because she underwent jaw and chin surgery that initially was supposed to happen in the spring. It said the surgery, which was scheduled because of the election, is the result of significant medical condition she's had since birth. However, she got absolutely torn apart on social media by the Conservatives for missing the vote because they thought her one vote would have made a difference. Yeah, right? Like, imagine you have to take time off work to get surgery done. Everybody deserves it. Everybody deserves it. Okay. We're gonna kind of intersperse. It is more, yeah, definitely more. 100%, because we can math. But yeah, people were quite upset. I haven't seen the social media posts. That caught my eye as I was scrolling through last night, and I'm going, ugh, of course. Okay. We are going to switch over to... I was grumpy about job neglect and then felt bad for a Conservative MP. I know. Imagine. Her vote wouldn't have solved it, but people don't know that. You have to remember that we are the political nerds who know what is going on. I just sneeze. But most people have no idea how many votes were actually needed. They just saw that she was not there, and so they took it out on her, which is ridiculous. We're going to switch over to some UCP news. We're going to start with something not related to the bill that got pushed through last night. Our dear friend Elemental has given us some excellent phrases for the UCP other than UCP, like unequivocally colluding pawns, unopposed complete power, universally compromising personhood, unbothered corrupt profiteering party, United Christian Nationalist Purity Purge Party, uneducated climate polluters. She's got some good ones. We appreciate our friends because sometimes we need to laugh. This is the government essentially announcing that, yep, that too, private healthcare in Alberta.
I'm pleased to be here.
Ooh, it's loud. There we go.
With Matt Jones, Alberta's Minister of Hospital and Surgical Services, along with Jason Nixon, our Minister of Assisted Living and Social Services, as well as Rick Wilson, our Minister of Mental Health and Addiction. We're meeting today to reveal the next steps in our plan to give Albertans the outstanding health care that they deserve. For too long, the system's been struggling. The skilled professionals who run it know that. The families facing agonizing waits for treatment know it, and the same goes for the folks who can't even get the care that they need. We've made improvements in some areas, but more are necessary. This year, in the budget, we provided more than $28 billion in healthcare funding. That's an increase of nearly $8 billion from 2019, or 40%. The total budget for healthcare represents also around 40% of the province's expenses. And I raise this because we have made major investments in healthcare already. We've taken steps to ensure investments are targeted where they need to go. And today we are announcing further adjustments to ensure healthcare funding is getting to where it is needed.
So in other words, we gave them funding and they didn't use it the way that we wanted them to, so now we're going to delegate it.
Provide these additional investments and adjustments through our new acute care action plan. This plan delivers short, medium, and long-term improvements. It starts with targeted investments for immediate relief of the worst pressures, and this means hundreds more beds, tens of thousands of extra surgeries, and expanded emergency and community care services. Along with shorter waits, less crowding, and faster care, it means growing the healthcare system so it can cope with a larger and older population.
So far, sounds okay.
There are 6 points to the plan that we're announcing today, including capital planning to add over 1,000 new acute care beds in Edmonton and Calgary, delivering 50,000 additional surgical procedures over the next 3 years, making targeted investments at the Royal Alexandra Hospital to improve triage processes and optimize patient flow, which will ultimately extend to other hospitals as well. We will also be increasing the number of community care spaces. Further announcement will be coming in the coming weeks on that. But we are also going to be including 12 new psychiatric beds and 30 temporary beds made permanent. Led by the Minister of Assisted Living and Social Services, plans are underway to significantly expand, as I mentioned.
12 extra mental health beds? That's not enough. That is not even, like, that's not even a drop in the bucket. That's like a spit in the face of people. Ridiculous.
And we're also developing a provincial neonatal intensive care unit strategy to ensure Alberta has the capacity needed to care for our most vulnerable infants. Our acute care action plan is about putting patients and providers first, and that's why we've refocused healthcare. It's why we've put so much effort into helping it work better. Problems are meant to be solved, not tolerated. We will fix the challenges that hurt Albertans. We will come through for everyone who's suffering from the overburdened healthcare system. And now I'd like to ask Minister Matt Jones to explain the plan in greater detail.
Thank you, Premier Smith, and thank you to the South Health Campus staff, healthcare workers for joining us today. Our government is taking decisive action to strengthen Alberta's hospital and surgical services while improving access to care through the Acute Care Action Plan. This plan includes immediate targeted investments to greatly expand hospital capacity, perform additional surgeries, relieve pressure on our emergency departments, and improve the patient experience across Alberta. First, I'm pleased to share that planning is now underway to add over 1,000 new hospital beds in Edmonton and Calgary, including 2 new hospital towers at the Grey Nuns in Misericordia in Edmonton and a bed tower here at the South Health Campus Hospital in Calgary. Essential new spaces that will give hospitals more capacity as they've been seeing increased demand in response to
Little Tater is correct. I'm just trying to pull up their actual paperwork for this.
Regional Hospital Center redevelopment and our plans to build 8 new urgent care centers. We are also adding 50,000 additional surgeries over the next 3 years to our already record surgical program by expanding hospital operating room capacity and partnering with chartered surgical facilities, ensuring more Albertans receive timely surgeries within clinically recommended wait times. At the Royal Alex Hospital, where pressures remain high, we are investing to improve patient flow, reduce wait times, and support better outcomes. Learnings from targeted initiatives at the Royal Alex will and already are being leveraged to other hospital sites. In partnership with the Minister of Mental Health Addictions, the Acute Care Action Plan will increase treatment capacity, including 12 new psychiatric beds and 30 temporary beds that will be transitioned to permanent beds to ensure patients receive the community support they need. These beds will complement the more than 700 new addiction treatment beds that Mental Health and Addictions has planned for Alberta's 11 recovery communities, with over 270 of these beds already online and treating clients. And in the coming weeks...
The beds are online? Huh?
Some big news will be announced on a significant expansion of continuing care spaces across Alberta, another critical step in improving patient flow and freeing up our hospital beds.
All right, shall we skip to the questions where they have to answer for their stuff? We all know what this means. We all know that she is pushing towards, yeah, the problem isn't beds. The problem is having people to man those beds. Actual healthcare, healthcare professionals that are able to take care of those patient beds. That's where the problem is. I want breakdown because the breakdown is so good at breaking it down. Last night, a GP nurse left her life. Oh, that's so brutal, plain power. Yeah. You wouldn't download a bed. I know. Yeah, probably Tyrion, but it was an odd.
With that, we'll go to our first at the mic.
Hi there, my name is Leah Mushet for the Western Standard. Actually, my question is for Premier Smith. So basically, the 9 federal laws that you said were impeding on oil and in the oil and gas sector, you said.
Let's ask a question that you want to answer.
Your deadline was Sunday, so for the Grey Cup. Since it seems like the federal government is not going to meet your demands, what are you going to do in response to that?
We're still hopeful that in the next few days we'll be able to announce that we've come to an agreement on
Have they? No.
That not only addresses the need for a bitumen pipeline to Asian markets, but the Pathways Project and addressing substantially the 9 bad laws that are impairing our investment climate. We've been going back and forth in some detail over many, many hours over the last couple of weeks. But I would say that we just need to give it a few more days to iron out a few more details, and if we have something to report, we will let you know.
Okay, and I guess to go along with that, do you think if you do announce something, it'll be pretty soon?
I know.
I would say it has to be before the end of the month. The Prime Minister, I've made it pretty clear to him that there's an urgency to coming to terms on these issues. We know that there are a number of different projects, whether they're AI data.
Anybody else remember the grin that Carney had on his face when they asked him about Alberta? It's not happening.
Centers, or whether it's the expansions that have been announced.
Whoa. She wants AI data centers here?
Coming to terms on these issues. We know that there are a number of different projects, whether they're AI data centers, or whether it's the expansions that have been announced of existing pipelines and oil sands projects. They need some certainty of knowing what the future is going to look like.
Hey,
so I think in anticipation of that, we're beginning to see the kind of projects that the private sector would put on the table if we can get some certainty. And so I would say I was hoping for Grey Cup, but if it takes just a few more days, then I think that Albertans will be satisfied with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Can I get a head pat? Ron, good question.
Global News. I guess with this announcement of all these additional beds that are going to be put in place, maybe this is for either or any of the ministers. Who is going to work these beds?
Correct question.
We've got a 98% strike vote from the AUPE. They're looking like they could be going on strike as early as next Thursday. We've got the documents from HSAA saying that more than 30,000 overtime hours are being worked by Alberta paramedics each month. Just wondering, the beds are great, but who's going to be working those beds across Alberta?
Oh, she does not like that question. Holy moly.
Thank you for the question. Obviously, we can't provide healthcare without our talented healthcare professionals. The good news is we have successfully recruited or onboarded 1,000 RNs, LPNs, and healthcare aides over the last year.
That's great, but if you're putting in more beds, that doesn't solve the healthcare professional problem.
We've successfully recruited over 600 net new physicians over the last year, and Alberta continues to be one of the best places in the world to live, work, and raise a family.
Nope.
That includes in our world-class institutions like our healthcare system. So I'm optimistic. I think the value proposition here is significant, and I think that the investments today show that the government is committed to strengthening and building on our already world-class public healthcare system.
Our healthcare system that's literally crumbling.
And we're going to continue to do that. You're going to see even additional healthcare-related announcements in the next 30 days.
Again, the conservative governments are really good at their slogans. It's such a beautiful place to live. It's the best place to live. That doesn't answer where the doctors are coming from to man these health beds. Healthcare beds.
Significant investments in the next 30 days. So I think those are the reasons that I'm optimistic we'll continue to lead the country really in attracting healthcare professionals. And do you feel like you're making a dent in that program?
I'll just add, one of the things that we observed is that in our charter surgical centers, they have really increased the number of surgeries that they've been able to perform since 2019, going from about
charter surgical centers.
About 40,000 a year up to $65,000 a year. And so when we went out and asked not only our public hospital providers, but whom to do more, their answer was overwhelmingly yes. I spoke to my orthopedic surgeon group in Medicine Hat. They are only granted 6 days a month of operating room time. They say that they could probably have enough to do, enough surgeons that they could be in the operating rooms every single day. And so that's why we're adding additional incremental dollars in order to pay based on the surgeries performed. We found that model works, and we believe that we're going to be able to use existing capacity to expand that out further.
And I guess just further on that point, the AHS website saying 26 locations from Athabasca to Wetaskiwin having some sort of reduction in services. 26 for 26 locations saying clinical personnel shortages, the majority of those being in either emergency rooms, acute care, and the vast majority being in obstetrics, so delivering newborns here in the province. How are you guys addressing that shortfall?
Yeah, so in all of those cases...
So I know friends that have gotten pregnant in the last 2 or 3 years that have driven up to 3 hours to see an OBGYN. When you are pregnant, at first you start going to see them so you see them 3 months at 6 months. As you get closer to having your baby, you are at the doctor at least once a week, if not twice a week, especially in the last couple of weeks of pregnancy. So I've had friends that have had to drive 3 hours 3 times a week just to see an OBGYN. Yeah, and that has not improved in our province whatsoever.
Of course, we have contingency plans where patients can be serviced at a nearby health center, and EMS is on standby to transport them, say, to a regional hub.
EMS workers are not OBs.
Staffing across Canada is challenging. We're all competing for the same...
It's Canada's problem.
...same talented workforce. But as I highlighted earlier, Alberta is making progress on not just recruiting the nurses. The shortages you referenced, about 40% of those are the result of a lack of physician coverage. About 40% are nursing or other related staff. And then the balance is a combination of shortage of both. And these are challenges not just seen in Alberta, it's anywhere in Canada where you're dealing with more rural or remote areas. We are making progress in recruiting. We are setting up new incentives, new bursaries to train people in those areas because they're more likely to stay and live and work in those areas if we do so. So we're approaching this from all different angles. It's a difficult problem to solve, but we're also looking at innovative solutions like expanding the scope of our professionals. So what more can paramedics do, nurses, nurse practitioners?
Yes, that's the solving the problem. Let's give the nurses and the paramedics more things to do. That will fix everything.
How can we keep those emergency departments open through, for example, our virtual emergency physician pilots? And again, it is a real problem, and it's an all hands on deck matrix of solutions that we're working on.
Thanks, Drew. We'll go to our...
I just add one thing to that I hope is not...
That is a very tall man.
lost in this announcement. One of the key components of what is being announced today by the minister is a recognition that on the continuing care side, on the assisted living side, as we bring on more capacity, that requires staffing, and that's part of this announcement, recognizing we have to invest in both to make sure it takes...
Hey guys, we're not talking about the doctors we don't have. Can you please look at the things we're doing instead? Here, flashy. Here, look here.
...takes place. And some of the pressures that Minister Jones is seeing elsewhere in the system is being diverted to staff clients that we should be caring
absolutely, Plain Power.
In assisted living. And so as we bring on more capacity, we bring on more staff, we're alleviating some of that pressure in the system without having to bring on more staff into the acute care system.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that staffing need is obviously more expensive just because of the nature of how you operate a hospital, how acute care works. And so it's a very key part of this announcement is a recognition by the government that we have to create new spaces for continuing care patients, and that comes with significant investing in staff long-term in that space.
Oh man, that was the most brutal. I don't want to answer questions about the problems. We're going to tell you what we are doing instead of what we should be doing.
Go ahead.
Hi there, Mark Kalani with CTV. A question for the Premier, unrelated. Wanted to ask about the latest numbers for COVID shots. Right now we're at
hell yes.
4.6% of Albertans who've gotten one. That's down from 14% the same time last year. Just what's your reaction to the lower uptake and the frustration from Albertans who are now required to pay for this vaccine, that group?
Well, I'm not sure you're comparing apples to apples because the 14%...
What? It's vaccines from year to year.
Would have been the entire COVID season. We go from sort of end of August until end of August when we're looking at our respiratory virus season. So last year, that entire year had a 14% uptake rate. My understanding is that we're over...
That's not what he said.
190,000 COVID shots so far, and I think that that's consistent with where we were last year. We also have a higher number of influenza shots, and influenza sounds like it's going to be particularly problematic this year. I've been reading some of the news stories around that. So we're making sure that all of the different types of vaccines are available. We also have we started covering RSV for those 75 and older a few years ago as well. But we are monitoring it. There's a website every day where we can look and see what the latest outbreaks are. At the moment, I think we have more patients hospitalized because of influenza than we do COVID. So it's
for now.
It's as we get into the respiratory virus season, we always end up with this kind of impact. And so we're hopeful people will take the precautionary measures.
Just another question here. I wanted to ask you about this morning. There was a press conference with Gil McGowan, his AFL press.
Oh, she does not like Gil McGowan. Did you see that slow blink?
Sir, he made some allegations regarding the UCP government deliberately underfunding Elections Alberta to undermine their own recall legislation. I just wanted to get your reaction to those comments that Gil made this morning.
Well, I think Gil McGowan's made it clear he's trying to overthrow our government. Like, that's the wording that he's using. And what we're hearing from the elections officials is just to be able to confirm the signatures in a single petition is 1.1 million, let alone then the second stage of running a recall election, let alone the third stage of running a by-election. So his stunt is potentially costing $5 million for every riding that he's doing it in. And we have...
He is not running the recalls.
To look at that and say, is that really what was the intention of the legislation? And the answer to that is clearly no. The intention of the legislation was to have an opportunity between elections, if there was genuine wrongdoing on the part of an MLA, to have their constituents address it, not some...
That's what's happening.
Union boss organizing it from Edmonton. So the legislation's also very clear that this is not meant to have people being bussed in from outside the riding and money being raised on GoFundMe from who knows where. So
that's not what's happening.
I would say that he needs to check whether or not he's following the legislation, because from our look, it doesn't appear to be. So that's what we're seeing, is that somebody is playing around with, I think, what is a legitimate process and making a mockery of it, quite frankly.
And next up the mic. Hi, Bill Graveland from Canadian Press. Premier, any thoughts or concerns about Canada losing its measles elimination status?
Oh, excellent question.
It is concerning. I've been watching this for some time. I gather that there were 6 or 7 provinces that had a difficulty with measles this season.
No, you don't get to claim that it was the other provinces. Alberta had more measles cases than the entirety of the U.S. at one point. So don't, no.
We know that our first ground zero case happened, I believe, at a wedding in Ontario. Oh. And there are a couple of different communities, our Hutterite communities and our Mennonite communities, which do tend to have a lower vaccination rate. We did do some targeted campaigning to increase the vaccination rate. We were quite
Can anybody tell me what it is that the Hutterite and the Mennonite communities avoid? What is the one big thing that, in general, they avoid when it comes, specifically the Hutterites, when it comes to the way that they live their lives? One thing that they all try... Well, yes, thank you, Anu. Jeez. Yeah, the news. Electricity. Not electricity. Like, you're not going to walk into a Hutterite house and find a TV where they're watching targeted ads from the government. Like, technology is not something that they are worried about. Yeah, outside influence. They're not, a freaking TV, a computer, a phone. They usually have one phone in their community or one computer, and that's where the whole colony is getting their information from. Targeted ads to a Hutterite community does nothing. Mennonite community, yes. Some of them are, yes, Anu. Not all of them, but some of them are.
Successful. We saw an uptake, a 50% uptake in the number of measles vaccinations in some of those communities that tend.
One vaccine to 2 vaccines is a 50% increase.
To be have a lower vaccination rate, and I'm glad to see as well that the numbers appear to be abating. I think the last time I looked, we still had an outbreak of a handful of cases, and so
it's not a handful.
It takes a 12-month period before you're measles free, before you can get that status back. I think our outbreaks began somewhere in March. They were a lot earlier in some of the other.
It's a very large hand, Guernsey.
It's up to everybody to be vigilant in trying to make sure that this disease doesn't spread. It can have devastating impacts, especially on young kids, and so we want to make sure that everyone knows it's available. We made micro doses available for those who are underage as well. We made sure that we put messages out there that women who are considering getting pregnant should also make sure that their vaccine status is up to date, because once they're pregnant, they can't get the vaccine.
You know who would help with people who are trying to get pregnant? OBs. You know what Alberta doesn't have?
Vaccination.
OBs.
So we've been doing a pretty comprehensive campaign on targeting that message.
Can you think of anything other than the campaign that could help regain the status?
I think really at this point, because it comes in from multiple different sources.
Doesn't matter. It's still here.
Days, most of ours was being caused from outside travel coming in, and
any way that she can blame Ontario for the problems, she will.
So because we do have a very open society, we have people who are able to travel freely between Alberta and the rest of the world, travel freely from one province to another. Sometimes.
Is that something you don't want?
And that's why we made sure everyone knew when an outbreak was occurred, or when a case was identified. We put on our website so they could see exactly what location, judge their own level of risk. If they saw symptoms, able to get it addressed right away. But it seems to us, looking at the data, is that it was concentrated in a number of communities that have a historically low vaccination rate, which is why we started doing some of the targeted campaigns to increase the vaccination.
Thank you.
Targeted campaigns, as in some of your MPs going into the Hutterite colonies and speaking to people? I highly doubt it.
Thank you.
And we're going to take one more from in person here, then go to the phones. Go ahead.
Hannah Said, City News. Minister Jones announced that 8 new urgent care centres will be built. Do we have a location for them and a timeline?
Yes, we do have locations. So one would be in East Calgary, 2 are for Edmonton, and 1 nearby in Westview or Stony Plain, 1 in Cold Lake, 1 in Fort McMurray, 1 in the Medicine Hat area. And those are all in the planning stage right now, and they will be likely procured as a bundle because 7 of these 8 can likely be built to a very similar scope and size, whereas the Calgary one will need to be larger to accommodate the increased density of the major urban center. So all 8 are under planning. We're actually also evaluating a 9th, which would possibly be a combined urgent and primary care center in the Airdrie area to accommodate some of their population growth. And I may have missed Lethbridge in the list there, in the list of 8. But that's where those are going to be.
No worries, Gavin.
Right. You also announced that more than 1,000 new acute care beds will be added in Edmonton and Calgary. But it doesn't give an exact figure of how many in Calgary and Edmonton, and there's no mention of Foothills Medical Center or the Rocky View Hospital in that list.
Yeah, so call it, in the Calgary area, you have roughly 2,700 acute care spaces, similar number in Edmonton. These 3 bed towers, again, 2 would be in the Edmonton region at the Misericordia and Grey Nuns hospitals. Those would both be roughly 350 bed towers each for 700 additional spaces for the Edmonton zone. And here at South Health Campus, which already has much of the the site developed for a bed tower would be around a 400-bed facility that would also be tailored to support women's health and neonatal, I believe. So that would be a combined acute care space addition of about 1,100 in the places where we need the most, Edmonton and Calgary. And of course, as many of you would know, these hospitals service patients from all across Alberta, and
that
bed
too,
tower
Ninja.
over here can help the Rocky View foothills with load leveling as required. We can move patients as required to free up space in the other hospitals.
Yes, because everybody knows that people in acute care, super easy to transport.
Just to clarify, no bed additions at Foothills or Rocky View, just here at South Health in Calgary.
No, so this is what we're announcing today. We're also looking around the province to develop shelled space. There's also at the Foothills, we're developing 15 NICU spaces, which I think are supposed to open by 2030. So there are expansions all around the province. We're renovating ORs. We're renovating our medical device reprocessing areas so that we can do more surgeries.
Alright, I can't listen to any more lies. Negotiations with Ottawa. Project manager, pipeline. Oh, here's a tuberculosis question.
About the tuberculosis outbreak that we're seeing in Edmonton right now. So many health challenges like TB are a symptom of the lack of resources for people experiencing homelessness, which is the population that we're seeing the outbreak in. How is your government planning on addressing those healthcare needs for folks, which experts say are contributing to this outbreak?
For a more detailed update on the tuberculosis situation in Edmonton, Minister LaGrange's ministry is probably the best spot to give you detailed numbers. I can speak as the minister who's responsible for homelessness in the province. We're working very, very closely, particularly in Edmonton, with our partners in primary care to make sure that we're getting adequate primary healthcare resources into all of our shelter system. Of course, our signature piece being the Navigation Center, which has primary care staff that work there each day side by side with our staff that are providing healthcare needs. We've also been expanding the Center of Hope's medical shelter to both support Minister Jones's work in alleviating pressure in the hospitals for those who are not in acute care need but still need some primary care healthcare work to take place. So we're doing that.
Tuberculosis, sir. Tuberculosis.
Minister LaGrange. And we're continuing down here in Calgary through our partnerships with organizations like ALEX and CUPS to make sure that we're putting in appropriate medical teams that are working side by side with the men and women who work each day to be able to provide shelter and care to the homeless population in both cities.
And then just a follow-up with regards to the changes made to AHS as well as Primary Care Alberta. From a media perspective, we also heard from experts and doctors who have been involved in this that there has been a significant delay in the ability to get the information out to the public, as this outbreak was actually announced back in October, and then the information was not released until last week and was not put out publicly to media until yesterday. There's also been quite a bit of delay in terms of being able to actually speak to experts on this matter. Curious about what is being done about the sort of chaotic nature of what's happening behind the scene with the lack of approval.
Love it.
I would characterize behind the scenes as quite collaborative. In fact, we have Primary Care Alberta, Assisted Living, Mental Health and Addictions, and hospital and surgical health services working together on challenges across our healthcare system every day. We work as the acute care arm. We work in collaboration with primary care on, of course, prevention, but we also work with them on transitioning people safely back to the community after their acute care journey is done. So I would encourage you to contact Primary Preventive Health Services for additional information on your question. But for sure, when there's any type of outbreak or any type of emergent issue, we do collaborate and we try to get ahead of it and make sure that people are safely transitioned back to the community.
Thank you. And that's all the time we have for questions today. Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
The heck. Okay. Before we get into the bills that were shoved through yesterday, I'm going to take a very quick break and make sure that I've got all my stuff lined up for that. I'll be back in 2. Alrighty, y'all. I want to have a quick conversation before we begin any of this. And that is that I know that this is going to be an incredibly difficult thing to watch and an incredibly difficult thing to witness. We are going to do this together. We are going to support each other. We are about to watch the Alberta legislature push through the trans legislation using the Notwithstanding clause again. Yeah. Hey, Jared Sharman. Yes, we are taking a few minutes for the healing energy of cuteness. Yeah, I know, Kat. Just know that the words that you want to use are the words that all of us want to use, but in order for me to maintain the platform to share what's actually going on, I hate that I have to say it. I really do, and I think you know me well enough, Kat, that I don't want to step on your language.
Trans rights are human rights.
And I don't want to say that you can't. I'm just asking, swearing is fine, as long as we're not F. Yeah, it's just gonna be rough, and we're gonna get through it. I'm not gonna play all of it, but we're gonna start. Don't do as Anu does, yeah. We're gonna start with the initial. Oh, I know, Jared Sharman. I wish so too. Thank you, Kat. I appreciate you. And I even let you guys hear it, unfortunately.
The Honourable Minister of Justice. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and...
Correct. Swearing is okay as long as you're not swearing at others and it isn't excessive. Correct. All right, here we go, folks.
Move first reading of Bill 9, the Protecting Alberta's Children Statutes Amendment Act. Bill 9 will invoke the notwithstanding clause in the Canadian Charter of...
Just straight up. The second sentence.
Rights and freedoms, the Alberta Bill of Rights, and the Alberta Human Rights Act.
All three of them. Just so you guys know, we're doing away with all three.
To protect our children, their health, and their well-being in this province, Mr. Speaker. This bill reaffirms the core protections that we put in place last year for our...
Yeah, my base level of cursing in my day-to-day life is also excessive, Neuropunk.
our children, and it will protect their childhood. Reaffirm that parents are the primary caregivers for their children, and ensure that women and girls have a safe and a fair place to compete in sports here in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. The voice of Alberta's legislature will be the final voice on these laws. Thank you.
We will have the final say because we know best.
Honourable members. Honourable members, the Honourable Minister of Justice has moved first reading of Bill 9, Protecting Alberta's Children's Statutes Amendment Act 2025. Those in favour of the motion for first reading, please say aye. Aye. Those
all male voices.
opposed, please say no. No. I think the ayes have it. There's a division called. Please ring the bells.
Yeah, the nice, quote-unquote, nice thing about the fact that this happened yesterday is that we can fast forward through all the voting. Here we go.
Honourable members, first reading of Bill 9, Protecting Alberta's Children's Statutes Amendment Act 2025 has been moved. Those in favour, please stand.
Honourable Ms. Smith, Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson.
I understand it's necessary to bring the provinces together to form the country, but it's something sad we haven't been able to get rid of them in the interim. Yeah. Look at every single one of them. Not one person on here is a parent of a daughter that doesn't want the government to know what they were born with, or doesn't want to have to prove it in order for their daughter to play sports.
Honorable Mr. Nicolaides, Honorable Ms. Schultz, Honorable Mr. Williams, Honorable Scott, Honorable Ms. Arnold.
Now stand.
Mr. Nenshi, Member Al-Maliki, Ms. Al-Junaid, Member Arkan Paul, Honorable Mr. Member Mr. Dack.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 48, total against 35.
That motion is carried.
Bill 9, Protecting Alberta's Children's Statutes Amendment Act 2025, is now read a first time. Tabling returns and reports.
Do any members have a table? The Honourable Government House Leader?
I don't have a tabling, Mr. Speaker, but I would like to move a motion that I wish to advise the Assembly, if I could, to pursue a standing order 7A. The daily routine may continue beyond 3 p.m. This is a good time to do that.
Yes. Tablings. Edmonton, Glenora.
Thank you very much. I have two, Mr. Speaker. The first is from Tara May, my guest from today, about AISH and ADA. And the second is the Globe and Mail article where the government documents confirm privatization in healthcare.
The Minister of Social Services and Assisted Living.
Thank you, Speaker. I got a table in for the Edmonton Journal calling Alberta a mecca of housing.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the following copies for a report from RMA, Unpaid Oil and Gas Tax Survey.
Okay. Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cyprus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a tabling here of an article talking about the radicalization of youth, and 10% of CSIS terror investigations involve Canadian youth.
What? So people were asking what the pages do. Here's an example of what they do.
Honourable Member for Calgary Varsity.
Mr. Speaker, I have two tablings. I have 5 copies of an email to Minister LaGrange from Lisa G., a very busy parent.
Honourable Member, we don't use names in here, even if in a friendly and matter-of-fact way, we still never do that.
Apologize to the Minister of Public and Healthcare from Lisa G., a busy parent.
We are currently watching the UCP government push through 3 trans bills with a notwithstanding clause. This is just happening in the interim. I just don't want to miss anything.
Her challenges getting COVID vaccine bookings for children. And the second is an email to the Minister of Healthcare from Pam describing the lack of availability of COVID-19 vaccine, even though she lives in a mid-sized Alberta city.
So when you are writing letters to your provincial MLAs, that's okay. This is what they can do with your emails. So for those who say, like, I emailed my MLA and I don't think it really did anything, they can bring them into the House of Commons and submit them.
Okay, Honourable Member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
Thank you. I have a number of emails from Albertans urging the UCP government to not invoke the notwithstanding clause against the trans community. Absolutely egregious.
Amen.
Honourable Member for Edmonton, Dinkmore.
Mr. Speaker, I have a tabling on the Alberta Living Wage Report, a community calculation and methodology that is produced by last week by Edmonton Social Planning Council.
Honourable Member for Banff, Kananaskis.
Mr. Speaker, I have a tabling a letter from the Council of Canadians Edmonton chapter stating their concerns around Bill 7, the changes to the Water Act.
Honourable Member for Calgary Foothills.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yet another letter from constituent Laura and teacher saying that in her class she has half of the children with complex needs and a third are English language learners with no supports.
Are there any more?
Go for it. Gavin, go for it.
Seeing
Thank you.
Not none, but some. Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table the requisite copies of an email I received from my constituent,
Kim Villanueva. Kim is concerned teacher and parent who's unequivocally condemns the government's willing to push forward policies that target transgender children.
These letters matter.
Tablings, seeing none. I have a tabling as it turns out. I would like to table 6 copies of the 24-25 annual report of the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate in accordance with Section 21 Sub 1 of the Child and Youth Advocate Act. The report covers the activities of the Officer of the Child and Youth Advocate for the period of April 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025.
Trans rights are human rights.
To the clerk, I wish to advise the Assembly that the following document was deposited with the Office of the Clerk on behalf of Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Minister of Education and Childcare, pursuant to the Education Act, Alberta Teaching Profession Commission 2024-25 Annual Report.
Members, we have come to the part of the day where we deal with
Trans rights are human rights.
Thanks, Plain Power. I don't have a loud, strong voice, but I'm just as passionate.
Points of order. The first point of order was called at 2:23 by the government side. I think that one has been withdrawn, but it's been withdrawn. Okay, that's dealt with. 2:31, a point of order was called by the government House Leader. No?
I believe all government points of order are withdrawn.
Okay, that's it, none? Well, I don't know whether I can give us one day without points of orders. I don't think I can because they were called, but...
Oh, that's not a
okay,
good
I'm
noise.
not sure what that was. Let's just hope no one's hurt.
Aria the Gamer, you are just as welcome to write letters to the government of Alberta as anybody else is.
Honourable members, we are at... you know what? I see in here there's a tabling to the... that I have to make. Do we have to go back? We can't do that now. Then I will ask for the Assembly's apologies for this table that I will now make tomorrow. Okay. Orders of the day.
Consideration of Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor's speech. Adjourn debate on amendment. Mr. Gutej Barar.
The member for Edmonton Ellerslie has 2 minutes left to speak should the member choose to use those 2 minutes. No, the member for Edmonton Whitemud.
I thought
Mr.
it was
Speaker, I'm honored to rise and...
I thought it was maybe this thing, the mace. Then they can't technically continue.
Speak to the amendment that was made to the... made in his address to the reply to the throne speech by the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. For those watching and listening, of course, as a reminder, the throne speech was, of course, sets out the intent of the government for this legislative sitting, but it failed to address, I think, a key issue that is on many Albertans' minds, and I'm thankful to the Leader of the Official Opposition for tabling the following amendment, which said, to inform Your Honour that the Legislative Assembly affirms that Alberta and Canada are stronger together and denounces provincial separatism as extreme, divisive, and economically destructive. Mr. Speaker, I'm thrilled that the Leader of the Official Opposition tabled this amendment. It was very consistent with a motion that I also had hoped that this government would consider, which really reflects the meaning and the feelings.
What does the trans bill do? Let's take a look at that. That's a totally great question and something that we have not officially covered. Let me actually grab a description of them. We can stop the UCP. It just has to be not in the room. The legislation bans access to gender-affirming care instead of trusting the expertise of two-spirit, trans, and gender-diverse youth, their families, and the healthcare professionals. Puberty blockers bans them, forces schools to out students, so the teachers are not allowed to keep it from parents that they are using different gender names. Bans trans girls and women from female sports, and restricting life-saving sex ed and requires parental opting in. Time to hitchhike to Alberta. The facts are on our side. Gender-affirming care works, it saves lives, and it's backed by decades of evidence and supported by every major Canadian health organization. Correct, plain power. Reduces suicidality by 50% and 90% when combined with a supportive school and supportive family. Reduces depression, anxiety, and mental health challenges by up to 60%. Hey, Faya. And reduces long-term healthcare costs by preventing crises. I hope that kind of... Oh, they're so close. If you have not yet signed this petition, I'm going to paste it in the chats. I believe you have to be from Alberta, but if you are living in Alberta and are able to sign this, that would be amazing. Yeah, any girl in schools for organizations that kids are involved in, anything. Yeah. So share it to people that you know. They're so close to their 30,000 signatures goal. Okay, I'm gonna go back to this because I don't want to be sitting here all day. Oh, I know. You have no idea what it is. You don't know what your... Yeah, transaction. Could be anything. I'm gonna skip some of this other stuff just so that we can get through with the actual...
Albertans across this province.
Trans bills.
All those in favor?
Thank you.
All right, they want to amend the speech to declare no Alberta separatism. Yeah, plain power. As someone with a daughter, it's horrific.
Opposed to the amendment, please now stand.
Mr.
All right, they're voting on that again. No, they don't need a license, just the women.
The Honourable Ms. Smith. The Honourable Mr. Sigurd.
All those opposed, please say no.
Behind closed doors, at the stroke of a pen, without ever setting foot in the legislature. They insisted at that time that was just a clarification of powers that they... The member for Red Deer South could do well not to mock people when they're having a chronic health incident, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, y'all. Just going back to the beginning of his speech.
Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act.
Oops.
The honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to stand and speak to Bill 5, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act. Now, what we see in this bill is the government having to once again walk back and attempt to give themselves extraordinary new powers. So, Mr. Speaker, what we saw previously, this is a pattern we've seen under this government. Well, under two iterations of this party in government. I think that, pardon me, one moment.
Yikes.
The member for Red Deer South could do well not to mock people when they're having a chronic health incident, Madam Speaker.
Well said.
Now, what we saw under two iterations of this government is that they have repeatedly again attempted to give themselves extraordinary power. We saw this first during the pandemic with the introduction of Bill 10, under which this government awarded themselves the sweeping power to not only amend or add to any existing law, but to write entirely new laws behind closed doors at the stroke of a pen without ever setting foot in the legislature. They insisted at that time that was just a clarification of powers that they believed they already had.
He has a chronic illness, and I believe the coughing is part of it.
Now, we introduced a number of amendments to curb that sweeping power. Each of those amendments was rejected at the time by the then Minister for Municipal Affairs and member for Calgary, Hayes. However, after the government rushed through that legislation, rejected those amendments, they faced significant pushback from the community, indeed from members of their own political base. They were forced to call an entire special committee of the legislature to review the entirety of the Public Health Act as a distraction while they walked back that colossal mistake. Now, you'd think after all of that they would learn their lesson, but no. With the arrival of a new leader, the current premier, the introduction of their Sovereignty Act, they introduced that in the legislature, and right there, smack in the middle, was a section that once again would have granted the UCP cabinet new powers to bypass the Legislative Assembly and unilaterally amend provincial laws. Precisely the same thing they had just walked back from Bill 10 in the Public Health Act.
Okay.
They too had to choose to walk that back.
Oh yeah, he's great. This is not speaking on the trans bill, so I'm going to fast forward just a little bit.
From the perspective of why are we spending all of this time, money, and effort?
This bill once again demonstrates the same pattern, that this government is not listening to Albertans, not listening to experts, and certainly not listening to the communities who will be most affected. Madam Speaker, I wanted to start actually bringing attention to my own riding, the people I'm hearing from, my constituents, the neighborhood I represent.
Here, and while they're deciding to try to
The member for Calgary, Acadie, or Klein, Calgary, Klein, sorry.
We look so much alike. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise and speak on Bill. Two very different.
There's a lack of clarity for the
efficient system.
I believe the rest of the...
Stefan, Mr. Van Dyke, around financing, some of these private career colleges.
Others, the honorable member for Calgary Felton.
Right now. But however, we have to be cautious of 2025 number 2, adjourned debate. Ms. Sweet.
Are there members wishing to join the debate? The honorable member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleased to rise and offer a few thoughts on Bill 6 this evening. This is certainly something that our caucus stands firmly opposed to because this really doesn't address the root cause of the educational problems that we're seeing in the province right now.
Yes, this has to do with the testing that they want to submit, or they want to make teachers do, which is ridiculous. So this is the afternoon session. I believe there was an Christmas scenic video. Oh boy. There was an evening session as well. Yeah. They want to, for kindergarten through grade 3, they want every single student to complete a literary numeracy test, and then that gets submitted to the government, and then the government decides who actually gets help in the classroom, which is absurd.
Yes, 5 number 2, debate adjourned. Mr. Shepherd.
Okay. Literary, I didn't have a chance to look through the computer last night, so I don't have a lot of this Water Amendment Act. Okay. Then all we have is this. Mental health since starting this past August is overwhelming improvement. I used to be extremely suicidal. Now those are non-existent. I'm brighter as a person. I'm chipper and full of love. Absolutely. Kat. Absolutely. And I'm very thankful that you were able to find care. And it's care that is working and care that is establishing who you are and who you want. Yeah. So they introduced that bill yesterday. I think that goes back into legislation today.
Mr. Justice and Attorney General Mickey Amory to share an important update on our work to protect children and families in Alberta and support women and girls in sport. Today, our government is introducing Bill 9, the Protecting Alberta's Children Statutes Amendment Act. Bill 9 will invoke the Canadian Charter's notwithstanding clause and to amend and uphold 3 critical pieces of legislation without further court delay or uncertainty. The Health Statutes Amendment Act 2024, the Education Amendment Act 2024, and the Fairness and Safety in Sport Act 2024. The notwithstanding clause will apply to the following pieces of legislation. Bill 26, the Health Statute Amendment Act 2024, prohibits both gender reassignment surgery for children under 18 and the provision of puberty blockers and hormone replacement treatments for the purpose of gender reassignment to children under 16. Bill 27, the Education Amendment Act 2024, requires schools to obtain parental consent when a student under 16 years of age wishes to change his or her name or pronouns for reasons related to the student's gender identity, and requires parental opt-in to, and requires parental opt-in consent to teach on gender identity, sexual orientation, or human sexuality.
So not only are they trying to erase trans people, but they are also trying to erase any education in the education system about trans and non-gender identity. Yeah, almost like Lilix.
Bill 29, the Fairness and Safety in Sport Act, requires the governing bodies of amateur competitive sports in Alberta to implement policies that limit participation in women's and girls' sports to those who were born female. We have heard from families, teachers, athletes, coaches, and young people themselves, and we respect that there are strong feelings on every side of this conversation. We have also consulted with medical professionals here and in other jurisdictions and learned how standards of care and best practices to support children and families have evolved with new research over time. As a government, we have a responsibility to provide clarity, a responsibility to protect all children and youth, and a responsibility to give parents, not institutions or courts, the primary role in life-changing decisions about their children. This government does not turn to the notwithstanding clause unless the stakes warrant it. And in this case, the stakes could not be higher. This is one of the most consequential actions our government will take during our time in office. The notwithstanding clause is part of Canada's system of parliamentary democracy. It exists to balance the power of the courts and the authority of democratically elected governments. By invoking it, we're keeping these decisions in the hands of those who are directly accountable to Albertans and ensuring these protections can move forward without further court delay or uncertainty. These measures reflect the views of an overwhelming majority of Albertans, and it is our responsibility.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely does not. There is one piece of... This comes from the Canadian Medical Association. The CMA is deeply disappointed that the Alberta government has tabled legislation to invoke the notwithstanding clause to interfere in the clinical care of patients. By taking this extraordinary measure, the government is not only restricting gender-affirming care, it is infringing on physicians' freedom of conscience and undermining their clinical judgment and disregarding the rights of patients to access medically necessary care. But simply, Canadians don't want politicians making medical decisions for them. Period. They want to make those decisions with their health providers and their families. This kind of political intrusion into evidence-based care is unacceptable and risks setting a precedent that affects other national health issues such as vaccination or reproductive health. There's a very strong statement from the Medical Association. In May, the Canadian Medical Association and 3 Alberta doctors launched a constitutional challenge to Bill 26 to protect the relationship between patients, their families, and doctors when it comes to making medical decisions. CMA stands with physicians across Alberta in defending their rights and the rights of their patients to health care, and we will keep fighting for them. So she's going to try and make it sound like most people want this to happen. It's not even a little bit true.
To make sure that they are not overturned. This is not a hypothetical discussion. This suite of legislation is in active litigation right now. At this moment, we have 3 lawsuits working their way through the courts with 1 injunction in place. These lawsuits could take years to resolve, including possible appeals to the Supreme Court. These delays are not acceptable to this government when children are in harm's way. We want every young Albertan to receive the mental health supports, the compassion, and the guidance that they need at home, at school, and in their communities. We also want adults to receive the care and support they need to live the life that they choose. This legislation is not about denying care. We cannot and will not take the risk of a child undergoing medical, hormonal, or surgical interventions that could permanently limit or eliminate the choices they may want to make as an adult to have children of their own one day.
Find me one medical professional that is doing gender reassignment surgery on children. It does not happen.
Before I wrap up, I do want to speak directly to young Albertans who are navigating what their identity means through the already difficult process of growing up. You deserve dignity, understanding, and support. We will never stop working to keep you safe. You belong in Alberta.
Yes, Aria, they are. And they're also saying that it can't be part of sex education.
We firmly believe that. We also believe it's our duty to protect you. This legislation is about your future, so when the time comes, you have every opportunity to make the adult decisions that are rightfully yours, and yours alone. Thank you, and I'd like to hand it over to Minister McYamery to provide more details about Bill 9.
Well, thank you very much, Premier, for those very important remarks. I want to start by saying how incredibly proud I am to be part of a government that cares deeply about children and youth, and also will take action to protect our children, their health, and their well-being when stakes are this high. As a parent and as an elected official, I believe that we have a duty to protect our children and youth and provide safeguards for their futures so they can grow, they can learn, and they can mature to make informed decisions as adults. That's why we introduced 3 pieces of legislation last fall to do just that. Protecting all children and youth, ensuring parents know that they are the primary caregivers in their children's lives, and ensuring fair play for women and girls in sport. We've said previously that we're prepared to use every single legal and constitutional tool available.
No, you're not.
To protect the well-being of young people. And that's why we'll be invoking the notwithstanding clause in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
What an absolute turnaround. We believe in laws and charters, but we're not going to use them.
The Alberta Bill of Rights and the Alberta Human Rights Act to these 3 critical pieces of legislation. We believe that this is a necessary measure to ensure that these laws stand without further court delay or uncertainty. The Premier touched upon the lawsuits working their way through the courts. When it is children at the center of these court challenges and decisions, we have a moral imperative to move forward in the best interests of children and their futures. Before I wrap up, I want to be clear what the notwithstanding clause is and why it's a tool that elected legislatures use. The notwithstanding clause.
Do you guys want to hear something? I need to pause this for a minute. My sister has stage 4 endometriosis and is in constant pain. It affects her eating, her walking, her digestion, her life in every single way. And if she was in Alberta, they would have to prove somehow that she has endometrial tissue that is affecting, that is the cause of her pain. And in Australia, she didn't have to prove anything. She went into a doctor's office and said, "This is what I'm experiencing. This is what I'm going through." And the doctor went, "I believe you. And let's get it fixed." Didn't have to prove anything.
Is integral to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and a vital provincial constitutional right. It's intended to preserve the ability of elected legislatures to make final policy choices in the interests of the public. We've heard from Albertans, and they expect us to deliver on our mandate to protect young people and their families. We'll not apologize for putting our children first. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now enter the media Q&A. First, just a reminder for those on the line and in the room that this press conference, the remarks, and any QA related to the bill are under embargo. We do not expect the bill to be tabled until Wednesday, and the embargo is in effect until the bill is tabled. I'm happy to answer any questions about the embargo lift and the timing of that following the.
See, this is why I said it was going to be mentioned on Wednesday, is because they were under embargo until today. However, they tabled it last night. So, stage 3 before hysterectomy. Yep. Yeah, Ninja. So people can have stage 4 and be in the stage that my sister is in, where she can barely walk, and you can have stage 4 and not have any symptoms. It's a cancer. I mean, it is. That's a different conversation, but there are places in the world where women actually receive care, and it's not here.
The conclusion of the press conference, and I encourage you guys to reach out to me directly. Well, yes, I'm happy to answer those after the press conference. We'll get.
Hard to convince us they want to protect children when Smith goes to Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, exactly, Peacefire Now. Don't tell me you care about children and then spend time with convicted child S offenders. Mods, can we get a shout out for Peacefire Now? If you all want to attend a stream later today that is going to be some positivity, Peacefire Now does W Wednesdays, where we look at the news and find the good in this world and find the wins. After this morning, it's probably going to be extra needed. I will most likely be there. And thank you, Peacefire Now, for doing that work, because it is very important.
Into the Q&A for now, and the reminder that the embargo is still in effect. We'll start off, of course, with questions in the room before making our way to the phones. One question, one follow-up as per usual, and I'll see a show of hands for questions in the room. Gotcha. We'll start with Emmanuel, and then we'll go to Morgan.
In the briefing notes we received this morning, it was said that the government's position was that by invoking the notwithstanding clause, every court challenge would be basically ended. How is that the case? Because in Saskatchewan, there is a court challenge on a pronoun bill, and even when they invoked the notwithstanding clause, the Supreme Court said, yes, we're going to hear it. So why do you think that this case in Alberta here is different than what happened in Saskatchewan?
Yeah, well, thank you for that question. It's our understanding, it's our position that invoking the notwithstanding clause is the end of this, the litigation process in the existing 3 challenges to this particular case. We know that the Supreme Court is dealing with a number of questions as it relates to the notwithstanding clause and whether courts can still weigh in once the notwithstanding clause is invoked. But we don't have a decision on that yet, and we are confident that the Supreme Court will do the right thing and uphold parliamentary supremacy. The notwithstanding clause is a tool that exists within our charter to allow provinces and the federal government to invoke the clause when and if needed, and it's our position that that would be the end of the litigation.
Okay, question for the Premier, and Minister, you can weigh in if you want, but what was the reasoning behind this decision to invoke a notwithstanding clause? Did you only do it because you thought you were going to lose the court challenges?
Well, look, no, we're very confident in our position. We always have been, we always will be. But there is a process in place that can take years to resolve. We know that the courts may take a number of years. We know that we're in litigation on any number of cases that go through the court system and take a long time to be addressed. In the meantime, there are significant risk of harm to our young people in this province, and we need to take action immediately to address that.
An Alberta Court of King's Bench judge ruled that there would be significant harm if the bill was enacted. So now you're saying that there's also significant harm if the bill. What's your position on it?
So the Court of King's Bench invoked a temporary injunction until the actual case was heard. But we're looking at medical experts all across Canada and in other jurisdictions who have addressed this issue as well. That we know that, for example, in Sweden, for example, we know that their health authority concluded that given the current evidence that exists, the risk of puberty blockers and gender-affirming treatments outweigh the benefits for young people. And so we know that from authorities both within Canada and abroad, that there is risk to young folks in continuing these treatments, and we prefer to err on the side of caution.
What I would like to know is what risk factors the Swedish, whoever ran this research, what exactly are they finding as risks? And is it the puberty blockers, or is it the unsupportive parents?
Take action immediately.
Awesome. And we'll go to Morgan and then to Michelle.
Thank you, Premier, and also for the Minister. We've heard some concerns from Albertans that are wondering why the government is using the notwithstanding clause so frequently.
It's using snorts.
Why the government is using the notwithstanding clause so frequently. A lot of people were unfamiliar with it. Now they're learning more about it, and they're worried about this being always the move that they perceive the government goes to when things aren't going their way. So what is your response to those Albertans that are concerned about the frequency of the notwithstanding clause and the use of it?
Well, let's talk about the frequency for just a moment. The notwithstanding clause was part of the Canadian Charter in 1982. Since that time, it's been invoked once in the early 2000s, once recently, and then again for these bills. I would argue that it's.
So, guys, we haven't used it that often. So just ignore the fact that we've done it twice in the last 3 weeks.
It's not used frequently. In fact, we very, very much carefully assess each and every time that we need to use this. But the fact of the matter is this: at the end of the day, I'll stand by this. We're prepared, again, to use every single legal and constitutional tool to make sure that the health and well-being of our children are protected. And when you have medical experts all across the world arguing that there is a significant detriment to the development of young people, this is one of those things we think is appropriate.
He did say that there was a use of it in the early 2000s.
The use of the notwithstanding clause will stand behind that.
And I'll just add, and I've said it before, that if the courts are going to behave irresponsibly, then they should expect that legislatures are going to respond.
I'm sorry. Where have the courts behaved irresponsibly? No, he didn't say what it was. Of course not. But he did say there was one. What are the courts doing that's irresponsible?
And essentially declaring a charter right to possess child pornography, as they did a couple of weeks ago, that to me is a
That's not what happened.
Demonstration that the courts are not consistent with the values that Albertans or Canadians have. It was a 5-4 court decision, so the court isn't even in full agreement of that decision. And what we're observing is, rather than deal with the cases at hand, and in that case, two horrendous pedophiles with a graphic, awful
Hey guys, look over here, look over here, look over here.
Images of children. The court decided to pluck a hypothetical case out of the air in order to strike down mandatory sentencing. So I would say that the court should begin to expect that if they are going to make decisions like that, they're going to see more legislatures take the action that we did.
This is the stuff that keeps coming up in question period. The Conservatives have brought this up several times.
Simply don't believe that with the evidence changing as it is, we don't believe it's in the best interest of children.
Just said that the evidence is changing. How do you know that you have the right answers then?
Children to delay for years before a court ultimately makes a decision. We want to make sure that kids' right to be able to have children of their own one day is preserved.
Stretch those shoulders. And then my follow-up, Premier, for you. We just heard from some folks outside that feel that this legislation and the use of the notwithstanding clause is not in the best interest of kids. And we heard from young people, we heard from trans folks who were once young people.
Oh, she's very confident and well-spoken. That is not the problem here at all. She knows exactly what to say to spread fear among the people that she wants to spread fear to.
People and access this gender affirming care.
No,
So
they
what would your
don't.
message be to them who say that this...
Again, it's what especially the UCP likes to do. They like to use big examples of things that look really, really scary in order to make you vote for the things that they want you to vote for.
is hurting them and hurting the future of children.
Well, kids have to go through puberty in order to be able to have kids. That's just the way it is. This is what becoming sexually mature means. And we want to make sure that at the age of 16, when they're old enough.
The page literally has the summary provided of the highlight of the most salient points, such as the conclusion that for most affected youth, the risks of the medical and surgical interventions outweigh any benefit, followed by bulletins. Yeah.
And we want to make sure that at the age of 16, when they're old enough to be able to make these decisions for themselves and understand the full consequences of it, they can begin that journey. But we know that when we have all kinds of laws on those who are under the age of 15, we don't allow them to smoke, we don't allow them to drive alone, we don't allow them to do drugs, we don't allow them to sign contracts. They can't get a credit card. They can't even go on a field trip to the zoo without getting their parents' permission. So if we accept that we have to be able to have a certain level of rigor over those who are minors, 15 years of age and younger, then we have to have that rigor. And if they are contemplating making permanent changes to their ability to have kids, permanent changes to their body, those decisions have to be made when they're mature.
Also, can we just acknowledge that their ability to have kids is so directed at women?
Mature enough to understand the consequences of that. So I think that we're on solid ground with the parents who are concerned about their kids. We're on solid ground with the general public, and that's the reason why we've decided to take this action.
Awesome. Can I see a show of hands again? Awesome. We'll go to Michelle, then to Sean.
Premier, your party supporters place great value on parental rights. For example, over what a child learns in school, or even what vaccines they.
Yeah, exactly. They're not getting puberty blockers without adult intervention. The doctors are adults.
Receipt. The parents of a transgender minor are involved in their care along with a physician. So why do parental rights not matter when it comes to the health of a transgender minor?
Love that. Let's go back and hear that question again, because this is an excellent way to ask a question under the things that they claim to love so much.
Premier, your party supporters place great value on parental rights. For example, over what a child learns in school, or even what vaccines they receive. The parents of a transgender minor are involved in their care along with a physician. So why do parental rights not matter when it comes to the health of a transgender minor?
Well, I would say that because there's certain...
Yes. You're good, honey. There are trans kids in Europe, Australia. Sorry, the honey comes out because I'm a mom, not because I'm actually calling you honey. I'm in other countries that can get on them and younger. Yeah. Incredible question. It's a way of asking, like, okay, this is something that you keep hammering on, and it's something that's been a big problem. So why are you saying that now the parents' choices for their children don't matter? A few days after I finished healing from my hysterectomy, I received a letter telling me it was time to start getting pap smears. Amazing. Yep, Faya Kim, I also cannot have more kids. The fact that I have one is a miracle. The fact that she was born as healthy as she was is a miracle. But my worth as a human being and my worth to the government shouldn't be any less because I can't have more children.
Certain decisions that only that child can make. I don't believe that it's right for anyone to make a decision to sterilize a child, except for that.
Oh boy. Is it misleading to say that, not you, Aria, her. Is it misleading to say that the government is saying something along the lines of we know better than the children, parents, and professionals? Yes, they absolutely are. That's exactly what they're saying here.
that child when they understand the consequences of it. And that's part of the reason why we believe at the age of 16, there's been some jurisprudence around when children can start.
Yep, there's the trigger word. There's the fear word. None of these things sterilize your children. Do you want to talk about governments and people that have sterilized children? Huh? And where that stopped not that long ago? Let's look at that instead.
Making medical decisions on their own. That may be when they begin taking puberty blockers or other hormones. And age 18, when they're full adults, is when they can engage in surgery. Those are some of the decisions that we've made based on some of the emerging evidence that is out there, some of the changes that we're seeing in jurisdictions around the world, and we think it strikes the right balance.
It does not.
But people would argue that, for instance, withholding a vaccine, like a measles vaccine, for example, from a child is equally, harmful to the child. So I'm not really sure what the difference is here.
Good for her.
Well,
in terms of a cure for a transgendered minor that is done in coordination with their parents and a physician.
Yeah.
And withholding, a parent deciding not to vaccinate their child.
Well, I think it's a pretty big difference.
Yeah, absolutely, Neuropunk. They don't work at 18, and also, it doesn't remove the choice. It doesn't remove the choice for children to make at 18 or whatever age it is she thinks they should to choose to transition. It just allows them time.
One may, the one that we're dealing with here today, having physical surgery that prevents you from being able to have children is I think a whole order of magnitude difference.
People under 18 could never have surgery. Well, it's the puberty blocker.
Well, no, they're
yeah, they're lying about how the meds work, and this is why I know this press conference is rough. But I wanted to watch them try to answer the actual questions about the lies that they're saying. So I'll stop interrupting and let's just let this play through.
One that we're dealing with here today, having physical surgery that prevents you from being able to have children is I think a whole order of magnitude difference.
People under 18 could never have surgery. Well, it's the puberty blocker.
Well, no, there are mastectomies that were taking place under the age of 18, yes. And we were watching as various organizations were suggesting that those kinds of surgeries should be done younger and younger and younger. We disagree.
Where?
We think those kinds of surgeries should only happen at the age of 18 and older. And we also looking at the international evidence that's emerging that we believe that children should go through puberty.
Did she say mastectomy?
Were taking place under I think a whole order of magnitude difference.
People under 18 could never have surgery. Well, it's the puberty blocker.
Well, no, there are mastectomies that.
I'm sorry. Do you know what mastectomies are primarily used for? Breast cancer. I have a large family history of breast cancer on my mom's side of the family. And I have friends that had breast cancer when they were in their teens and had to get mastectomies. So she's saying that just because these people that have had mastectomies for a number of reasons, breast reductions, so maybe you're not like me and you're in your 30s and your spine is totally broken. Why?
Were taking place under the age of 18, yes. And we were watching as various organizations were suggesting that those kinds of surgeries should be done younger and younger and younger. We disagree. We think those kinds of surgeries should only happen at the age of 18 and older. And we also looking at the international evidence that's emerging that we believe that children should go through puberty before halting it so that they can make sure that they have kids of their own one day. If you don't become sexually mature, you can't have kids. And that's what we're trying to preserve.
Thanks. And we'll go to Sean, then Cindy, and then we're going to take a few from the phones.
Premier, you identified a Grey Cup deadline for pipeline progress.
Okay, I don't care about the pipelines.
I'm as bad as
the response that going they want distinct Lauren Thunding talk about an MOU with Doug product 8 barrels of
she's gonna talk about it forever. They're trying to define.
So you're saying that these court challenges can take years and years. Can being the operative word. So I'm wondering, what's the threshold then for deciding that these potential legal delays justify overriding fundamental rights?
Well, the simple answer to that is the detrimental harm to our children. In the meantime, we say can.
Yeah, exactly, Gavin. I probably should have done something in my early teens because my back is all kinds of messed up now.
But these are claims that have been filed by groups, some operating within Alberta, some operating elsewhere, who are challenging the 3 statutes that we brought in, the 3 bills that we brought in the ones that we mentioned earlier. But the detrimental impact to children necessitates that we take immediate action right now.
So then what's the detrimental harm of pronouns?
Oh, excellent question.
If you're saying that these pieces of legislation, you're trying to prevent these harm to students, children, trans folks, what's the harm of pronouns then?
Well, a number of different issues. I mean, we know that children are dealing with gender identity issues all across this province, and we know that parents have been asking to become more involved and more informed about what is happening. We've always said that parental choice is absolutely paramount.
You know what helps? Talking to your children and being a good parent who is involved in your child's life.
For us as a parent, it's important for me as well, and I want to know what's happening with my kids, both within their school and concerning their health. This, I think, is a common sentiment all across our province. Our parents are asking to be more involved, and this is a move in the direction to make sure that parents are heard.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think when we started this, we mentioned a story that appeared in French CBC, never got reported in English, but French CBC went into a gender clinic with a child actress who was 14, who was able to, on 10 minutes, get testosterone without parental consent, without knowing what her history was. Those are the kind of things that we don't want happening in Alberta.
Again, show me a doctor that is going to have a 14-year-old come into their office and say, I would like testosterone, that is not, that this is actually happening. Like, show me where this is happening and then tell me why this law is necessary or not. Oh, I know, I can't get into my doctor for like months at a time, never mind. And most people don't have doctors, and I'm sorry. Kids are not going into their doctor's office asking for testosterone and the doctors are writing prescriptions. That's not how that works.
If children are going to go down this pathway, whether it begins with pronouns or moves to puberty blockers or ultimately goes on to surgery, we don't want there to be any disconnect with their families on that. And so that's a part of the reason why for those under the age of 15, when their parents are the legal guardian, they will have to be informed and approve. And then at age 16 and over, they will just have to be informed.
Not sure why we lost audio there, but oh, it's me. Isn't birth control also a form of gender affirming care? Yep.
Great. Thank you. We're going to take a couple questions from the phones now. Operator, could you put through our first caller, please?
Sorry, doorbells. The actions of one clinic and one doctor means you have to take it away from everyone else. Yeah.
The first question is from Rick Bell from Post Media. Your line is now open.
I looked for a source of the French CBC and the first result. Of course it's True North. Of course it is.
Good afternoon, Premier. Just following on that question previously about pipelines and Prime Minister Carney.
Oh, I don't care.
Maybe you can explain, does the federal government, the Carney government, the Prime Minister, his negotiators, do they realize what the consequence in a point further.
Former government to participate.
Given that you say he understands that, state
About 80 on that they've been talking about because to change the direction of understanding.
More from the phone, so I can come back to the room to Jeremy. Operator, could you put through our next caller, please?
Your next question is from Will Visser from Western Standard. Your line is now open.
Hi, Premier. I'm just curious specifically on Bill 29, what your guys' reasoning was for feeling that you need to invoke the notwithstanding clause in this situation.
Do you see the change in her face listening that when she heard it was from the Western Standard?
I think that one's sports.
Fairness and sport, yeah, most certainly. Thank you for that question. You know, we've heard from parents, from students, from young people all across our province, especially and in particular women and girls in sport, and we know that the situation has been communicated to us that women and children, women and girls feel that this creates an unfair scenario for them. It discourages them from participating in sport. We know that folks women and girls that are participating in sports want to be competitive with one another. They want to be able to participate in these and are free from dealing with the situation of biological males participating within female sports. We know that we've had, I think when we announced the Bill 29 as well as Bill 27, 26, we had validators who had been negatively impacted by this as well. The amendment that we're bringing forward will deal with all of these bills that were introduced last spring, and that's particularly because we want to deal with it in one sweeping amendment. We're not going to come back each and every time to introduce the notwithstanding clause on another bill if and when the need arises. This is needed now. It's needed to be a sweeping motion that addresses all three of these acts, and that's why it's coming forward in this amendment act here.
Yeah, and I might also say when we talk about the world evolving, I'll just note that the International Olympic Committee is only months away from deciding.
Great idea. Everyone take a deep breath. Stretch. Let's take a second. I don't speak French. I'm really sorry. I need another lap. Yeah, take a lap. Ah, Guernsey. I see. 10 minutes. Sasha got medication. Diagnosis. Okay, hold on. Trans rights are human rights. Yeah, Jared, we are. Unfortunately. You almost sent your grocery list to the live chat. Rude. Oh, is it because I can't copy and paste from news articles? Yeah. Firefox translated it for me. Okay, let's open it in the Firefox then. Ooh, hee hoo, hee hoo. Everyone's stretching. Taking a drink of water. There we go. Thank you. Is Quebec going too fast? On January 30, 14-year-old shows up at a chic private clinic for her medical appointment. She was not referred by any doctor. In less than 3 minutes, Sasha describes the doctor who receives her torturous relationship with her body. which she said she's been hating since she was 12. She was convinced after watching a video of a young trans man on the internet. He realized he was not in the right body after being diagnosed with an eating disorder? What? After asking the girl if she had the support of her parents. Mastectomy can make a woman infertile. I always knew I didn't want a kid. She's a 14-year-old actress who the investigation team asked. What? Yeah, no, that is a one-case scenario that was totally set up. Yeah, shocker on you, shocker. Bad faith investigative journalism, and they went into a private clinic and staged the entire thing, and that's her proof.
To ban transgender women in female Olympic events. And so it's a very active conversation in the sporting community about how we create fairness. If there were no difference between boys and girls and men and women, we wouldn't have a women and girls category at all. And so I think that's what we're trying to return to is let's make sure that we're protecting the female athletes and ensure that there are co-ed or all gender categories so that everybody has the opportunity to participate in sport. But let's have a hybrid approach so that women and girls sport can be protected too.
Thank you. And then my second question, Premier, you mentioned the need to get Alberta's oil and gas to an Asian market, and recent relations with the UAE have
part of how you get them into that. So yeah, there's struggles for how to audit sections for carbon.
Oh man, she talks about this for forever.
Question. Premier, I'm wondering, you know, obviously the use of the notwithstanding clauses is a very serious step to take. What rights do you need it to override? You know, is it specifically sort of the legal right for groups to fight back against this legislation, or are there other rights that you need the notwithstanding clause in this circumstances with these three bills to override?
Well, I had hoped that we would have been able to go to court on this, and because I firmly believe that Section 1 of the Charter gives us the latitude as a government to balance rights and to make sure that we're making decisions that are minimally intrusive in a free and democratic society. That's what Section 1 allows you to do. It does allow you to make certain changes and pass certain laws. But the problem that we have is that we have watched a court process where if they put an injunction in place and prevent these laws from being enacted, it could potentially be years before they're resolved. And we're just wanting to make sure that no other kids make premature decisions that they might ultimately regret.
No, they absolutely did not.
Children when they're old enough to understand the consequences of those decisions, and so that's why we're trying to be minimally intrusive in those decisions. But we do know that when a child is 15 and under, that is way too young to be making decisions that'll affect their future fertility. So that's a judgment that we've made. And
also, to make this all about fertility is frustrating. I would think, and this is from someone who has never had to go through any of these processes, isn't the mental health of a child who maybe starts or doesn't start this type of medical care, isn't that more important than their fertility? Like, do we not care about that at all? Yeah, like, why are we talking about fertility in a conversation about children? That is an excellent point. What about their mental health? What about their relationship with their parents and their relationship with their teachers and their relationship with their own bodies and their own... Like, I just don't understand why this is her argument. Outside of the fact that all of it is wrong, but...
We'll watch and see if there is any additional commentary that happens in the court.
Follow up, we heard during the tech briefing, and perhaps this is for Minister Amory, but we heard during the tech briefing that there is, the use of the notwithstanding clause through the charter comes
Absolutely,
with a 5-year time limit. That might not be the same case with the Alberta.
No, that's okay, little taters. You know who doesn't have kids? 14 people that die at 14 because they were too depressed to carry on. Exactly. If that's really what she's worried about, like, oh man.
Bill of Rights. Can you explain the difference there and what the intention is as far as how long this will last?
Yeah, most certainly. The use of the notwithstanding clause, Section 33 of the Charter, is for a 5-year term. The notwithstanding clauses or the exclusionary clauses in the Bill of Rights and the Alberta, the Human Rights Act, will be permanent.
Awesome. And that'll conclude today's press conference.
Whoa, hold on.
Happens in the court.
But we heard during the tech briefing that there is, the use of the notwithstanding clause through the charter comes with a 5-year time limit. That might not be the same case with the Alberta Bill of Rights. Can you explain the difference there and what the intention is as far as how long this will last?
Yeah, most certainly. The use of the notwithstanding clause, Section 33 of the Charter, is for a 5-year term. The notwithstanding clauses or the exclusionary clauses in the Bill of Rights and the Alberta, the Human Rights Act, will be permanent.
Oh my word!
Awesome.
Okay. Grilled cheese with whole wheat was good. I'm glad. So that is the current coverage. And I believe that they will be likely discussing this during the legislature that starts in about 10 minutes. Yeah. Nope, that's from yesterday. So, they can't. How long am I streaming?
Trans rights are human rights.
I don't know. I am going to put some feelers out to y'all. No, they can't. It depends on what they do today, but from the looks of it, they're gonna try and limit debate the same way that they did with the teachers. Where the NDP can comment on it and can talk about it. But I do not believe that they will be able to actually do anything. I am going to... Yeah, Kat, you're correct. Correct. Sorry, I'm just trying to open up Janice. The wonderful Janice Irwin's stuff here. Because he is phenomenal. Oh boy. Yeah, exactly, Anu. That one. Okay. MLA. I'm just trying to see if she mentions the provincial legislature today. I'm going to take a quick look at their schedule. And And that will be able to tell me bills. Ooh, you're making fudge. Nice. Brooks, Arkan, Paul is also good. Yes, agreed. Let's see. Want order paper. Yeah. Wednesday. We've got, yeah, Bill 9 will be in the second reading today. Don't see anything about debate today, though, but here are the options that we have for the next little bit. Do you guys, in about 20 minutes, do you want to watch the Alberta legislature today where we can hear from the Alberta MPs, MLAs, or are we kind of done for today? I want to sort of gauge where you guys are at. We do have the throne speech from Manitoba. Yeah, I want to check in. I mean, if we decide to watch it and some of you need to leave, that's also totally understandable. Oh, that's okay. I was just saying, do we have the brain space to watch the Alberta legislature today? It's not going to be for about another 20 minutes or so. Yeah, that's fair on you. Oh, that's heckin' loud. Okay. Turn on a little bit of music. Okay. Yeah. Let's... Yeah, absolutely. If MPs are yelling at them about it. Okay, then let's take 20 minutes and let's look at some positive political news. For instance, in Winnipeg, they flew the Palestinian flag for the first time. As the sun rose over the Manitoba legislature, a large crowd gathered at Memorial Park to see the Palestinian flag officially raised for the first time. Early Saturday morning, it was held on the anniversary of the date when Palestinian Declaration of Independence was proclaimed and was a powerful statement of visibility, resilience, and of belonging. Yeah, Vapor's home tonight. Whoop, whoop, whoop. In September, the Canadian government recognized them as a state. And Saturday's flag raising ceremony held by the Canadian Palestinian Association of Manitoba was consistent with established practice. Manitoba is the first province in Canada to raise it outside its legislature building to mark the anniversary of the Palestinian Declaration of Independence. So that is very cool. Yeah, that's a win. This is a moment I've dreamed about, but I thought would never happen. Seeing the amount of people here fills me with joy. The amount of joy and pride I feel right now is something I haven't felt in a long time. I love it. Let's see if we can get this. Yeah, here we go. Nope, gotta do the ad. Yeah, that's why we're gonna take a look at them for a minute. Kitten Mischief, excellent.
Eyes on me.
Over here. Nobody's looking at me. Why is everybody looking at me? Turn around. Yeah. Okay? MashaAllah. Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! That's it. Allahu Akbar!
That's pretty awesome. Amazing. Love that. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Where did my... There it is. Let's go... Let's see. Gavin sent me a whole bunch of different links for Manitoba. Because let's be honest, they're getting significantly more wins than we are here in Alberta. Did you send me... I do, yeah. Gavin, did you send me the actual throne speech itself? I can't remember. You probably did, and I just forgot to grab the link. But Manitoba's NDP government is promising to build, saying in its third throne speech it will construct an overpass at the location of the bus crash that killed 17 seniors, set up the province's first supervised, consumption site in a matter of weeks, and build a new fuel-burning generation station to stave off a forecast power shortage. Which is, which is awesome. Alright, it's 40 minutes. We will skip some of the pomp and circumstance.
In the last 2 years, we have faced new challenges together. Threats to Canada's sovereignty, a trade war on two fronts, and this past summer, a historic wildfire season that displaced 35,000 people and a severe drought. These challenges have had an impact on our families, our communities, and our province's finances, but we remain committed to balancing the budget in our first term. Tragically, we lost 2 Manitobans in the wildfire. Today, we remember Sue and Richard Knoll and commemorate them by renaming the bridge along Highway 313 in Lac du Bonnet in their honor.
Aww.
We also remember Marina Somard from Hollowater First Nation, and we honor the heroism of Corporal Brianne Bartmanovich, who put her life on the line to protect others. Through all our challenges, we have come out stronger, more united as one Manitoba.
So I think I'm gonna let this play, and then I will keep an eye on when the Alberta legislature is in. We don't need to listen to the first couple minutes of prayer and whatever else there. So yeah, let's watch some happy happy political news and watch the throne speech.
We have added over 3,500 net new healthcare staff to the front lines, opened 6 new primary care clinics where you can book online, and started work at new personal care homes in Lac du Bonnet, Arberg, and Transcona. We lowered...
Notice how they say these are things we've already done rather than the Alberta government being like, hey, look, we're going to build these new things by 2030.
Costs for families with a permanent cut to the gas tax, a year-long hydro freeze, and reduced housing costs. We made communities safer for everyone, successfully moving 100 people from encampments to housing and investing in policing and in public safety. The last 2 years have taught us that
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like I've been focusing only on Alberta, and that's just because of all the madness that's happening here. But I want to do more provincial legislature stuff outside of Alberta. That has always been my goal. If Danielle Smith would stop being a horrible person, then that would be a lot easier.
Taught us this. Not only can we get through difficult things by working together.
Yes, if you have stuff, Helios Caster, my DMs are open. There is a tab in the Discord called Stream Topics. Post links in there. That is one of the best ways to send me stuff. And also the mods that help me put the streams together.
But that together, incredible things are possible. 2 years ago, who could have imagined a multi-billion-dollar opportunity in Churchill? A major project of national importance with the potential to ship Canadian goods to European markets. And because Manitobans believe in reconciliation, something incredible is happening here today in the People's Building. 155 years after Manitoba joined Confederation, a throne speech will be published in Anishinaabe-Mowen, the language that named our province.
Amazing. I got goosebumps. Have a good one, Jared. Thanks for showing up and showing off and showing up.
This progress makes us very proud as Manitobans. Patient-focused healthcare. For 2 years, our focus in healthcare was to staff up the workforce and change the workplace culture.
Don't worry about making it super detailed, Helios. Even just, hey, they're going to do an interesting build today and send me the link for it. Totally enough. I have an amazing team of people, and they help me with the gathering of research and stuff. And I've had people do things from sending me like an entire speech to just 2 or 3 links. Both are equally as helpful.
The next step is to create a safer, more efficient patient experience so that you can feel that positive change. We will improve safety for patients and staff with a patient safety charter enshrining into law your right to good health care. Then we will end the practice of mandatory overtime for healthcare workers.
Yes. Heck yes.
Starting with nurses on the front lines. You wouldn't get on a plane with a pilot who has worked 2 back-to-back shifts. Why should you go to an ER when nurses have been asked to do that very thing? We will legislate staff to patient ratios in priority areas of the healthcare system. With the new seniors advocate in place, 141 more personal care home beds, and new staff added to home care, we are fixing the systemic problems created by the previous government and ensuring that every senior and their caregivers will have their healthcare concerns heard and addressed. And we will continue to make workplace safer with 126 institutional safety officers in hospitals, and 8 more coming to Thompson, 2 police officers stationed 24/7 at the Health Sciences Centre, and other safety and security measures.
Have a good one, Ninja Cupcake. Be safe. Yeah, Faya, I'm going to chat about a little bit later, but Anu has some stuff coming up the end of the month that I'm really excited about, and I want to start doing more of the group think content creation, and you are definitely a part of that. I just have, life got a little crazy there for a minute. So I want to share the team that I have because they are incredible, and I want you to be part of that team. Me sending Mrs. May Gumbus and Rigby, do it! I am all for positivity links.
We have already placed outdated paper health cards with durable plastic ones. Today, we are proud to announce the next step.
Ugh. So instead of having to put on there that you're a Canadian citizen, they're going to make plastic healthcare cards. I can't show it to you because obviously that would be doxing myself, but my Alberta healthcare card is like crumbling.
Digital health cards available in January.
It'll be awesome, Anu. We'll chat about it in a little bit.
Now you can access healthcare however you choose with paper, plastic, or pixels.
Amazing.
In the new year, we will launch a new patient portal, giving Manitobans secure, convenient access to your lab results and immunizations. Based on consensus advice from labor leaders, businesses, and employers, we will eliminate the requirement for sick notes that is an additional burden on working families.
Hey, that's a good one.
Unnecessary paperwork for doctors.
Amazing. That's the other one that you sent me, Gavin, is it not? That they are eliminating the requirements for sick notes? That's awesome.
That is an additional burden on working families and unnecessary paperwork for doctors. We will expand the scope of practice for pharmacists so you can skip the doctor's office and pick up prescriptions for birth controls, UTIs, and common ailments at your local pharmacy.
Amazing.
We will bring doctors and pharmacists together as we move forward with this change to ensure the best quality of care for patients. We are on our way to meet our goal of completing 800 more hip and knee surgeries in the Selkirk Hospital, and we will introduce a new direct entry MRI tech training program. We are bringing better health care to South and North Winnipeg, where the previous government closed emergency rooms. We added 22 more healthcare staff at Seven Oaks Hospital, opened a new...
The news last week that BC legislated a limitation for employers. Yeah, that's what she just talked about here. They're doing it in Manitoba as well, which is awesome.
Extended hours clinic and added more surgeries at Concordia Hospital. And we are starting construction on the new Victoria ER in January.
Again, notice how these are things that are happening now.
We are making progress on our promise to fix rural health care. We reopened the Carberry ER, closed by the previous government, and we will start construction this winter on a new ER in Eriksdale for Interlake families. We will train and hire new paramedics quicker than ever before, with 14 seats in a new direct entry program for primary care paramedics at Red River College. And we continue to make advanced care paramedics.
Oh. Hey, Dan Harris, you made it, friend. Welcome. I don't know if you're actually in the chat or not, but hello. Yay, good to see you, friend. Hope you are doing well. Meanwhile, Alberta, doctors who can choose to go private. Yeah. It's Dan Harris. It's so fun because a lot of the old crew from Steve's streams are finding my streams. It's been really fun to see all the names pop up. Hello, friend.
In rural Manitoba, a priority, with the first fully enrolled class of ACPs and a commitment to hire all of them. As part of our promise to deliver better health for women, we are reversing the damaging cuts made by the previous government, adding...
For those of you that don't know, Dan is a former NDP MP. 2 years. Sorry, I saw your question, Anu, and then I heard the follow thing. He's been a premier for 2 years. Yeah, that's how much they've accomplished in 2 years.
More lactation consultants to help mums and babies in those critical early days. Hiring midwives in the Interlake Eastern Health Authority for the first time.
Heck yes.
And returning birthing services to Norway House Cree Nation.
Yeah, exactly, Anu.
When our government took office, Manitoba faced the worst doctor shortage in the country. That gap is now closing, with 285 net new doctors added since October 2023,
nice.
Including 6 doctors from the United States and more in the recruitment process. Last year marked the largest increase of doctors ever. A strong economy, lower costs. Despite economic headwinds, while
I am keeping an eye on the Alberta legislature, they're currently doing member statements. If any of the member statements pertain to Bill 9, then I'll switch over. But for right now, we can keep watching Happy News.
fire, drought, and tariffs, we have made progress to lower your bills, create more good jobs, and a more affordable
really pretty
economy.
I
We
love
lowered
the blue.
inflation with our permanent cut to the gas tax, froze hydro rates, cut taxes for renters, and saved the average homeowner $1,500 this year.
Nice.
And $1,600 next year with our homeowners affordability tax credit. We doubled the prenatal benefit for low-income mothers and gave out hundreds of grants to organizations to provide free and low-cost community services like free swimming lessons for kids in the PAW and free evening programs in Thompson and Brandon.
Love that.
We lowered costs for Manitoba businesses with a cut to the payroll tax.
Isn't that funny that...
And we created 25,000 new...
Isn't it funny that we can look at some of these smaller provincial government buildings and they look so much nicer?
Good full-time jobs.
So Alberta's got the green too. It's not great.
We continue to build more affordable housing. Since forming government, we have created 143 social and affordable housing units, added over 100 shelter beds to give Manitobans a warm place to sleep.
You're not wrong.
And brought back 2,024 units that were closed under the previous government. Now we will bring in new rules to stop unfair rent increases and strengthen renters' rights.
Heck yes.
And we will commission a provincial study to try and find new ways to save you money on groceries. A multi-billion-dollar investment in Churchill would transform our economy for generations. We know there is no nation building without Indigenous nations.
Heck yes.
So we are pursuing this potential project the right way. In true partnership with First Nations and the Red River Métis, we will enshrine Canada's first Crown Indigenous corporation into law.
Very cool.
Working with the Major Projects Officer and the Arctic Gateway Group, the Manitoba Crown Indigenous Corporation will build the best businesses and environmental case for a trade corridor to Churchill. To expand the shipping season, we will conduct a feasibility study this winter. If we secure a major project, we will make sure it has major impact with additional revenue supporting all-weather roads that can connect the poorest kids in our province from isolated communities with opportunities. Manitobans has the in-demand, low-cost, clean energy. Manitoba has the...
We have got Janice Irwin standing in the Alberta legislature. We are going to switch over for a moment. Yeah, imagine actually protecting children. Imagine. Whoa, that's me. Imagine. Oh, I just... all of it crashed. Hold on. Everything crashed. Let's open it up again. But let's open it where they have subtitles. That's Manitoba. I had all the tabs open and then the whole thing just went boop and closed. We'll go back and listen to Janice speak today.
Member for Lesser Slave Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I paid a heavy...
Saves lives and nothing...
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I remember this system not being super great. All right, folks, we might have to use the YouTube one. Unfortunately. Oh my word. Pressing too many things too fast. Yeah. Play. Alright, let's go back.
I hear them. I care deeply, but
Islands, Norwood.
November 22nd is National Housing Day, a time to reflect on the critical issue of housing in our country. But instead of tackling this issue, the minister responsible for housing recently referred to homelessness as a fake NDP crisis.
Yikes. Yes, Dan, we watched it. She got ejected for calling the Ford government corrupt. We watched it. It was very powerful. She did not hold back.
What a gut punch, and what a slap in the face to anyone on the front lines and to those living rough. The very person who could be taking action is instead disregarding the reality. But behind this minister's bluster, deflection, and rhetoric are the facts. Under the UCP, homelessness in Alberta has gotten so much worse. There's nothing fake about the crisis in our communities. There's nothing fake about the nearly 5,000 unhoused people in Edmonton, a number that has tripled since 2019 under the UCP. There's nothing fake about the 43,000 families who are in core housing need in our city. There's nothing fake about the 436 unhoused Calgarians who died in 2023 or the 381 who died in Edmonton in 2024. There's nothing fake about affordable housing waitlists in our two major cities that are ballooning to over 17,000 families who cannot find an affordable place to live. There's nothing fake about Edmonton having the heartbreaking distinction of being the frostbite amputation capital of the world. And there's certainly nothing fake about the real people,
love Janice.
the real Albertans, our constituents behind these numbers. It's time for that minister to face reality. It's time to listen to experts. It's time to invest in evidence-based solutions like permanent supportive housing that saves lives and money.
She's so
It's
good.
time to build enough affordable housing that will actually meet the demand and to fix the social housing that's in disrepair. It's time to increase, not cut, housing subsidies for those on AISH. It's time to implement real protections for Alberta renters so they don't have to live in constant fear about their next rent increase. It's time to listen, and it's beyond time to act.
Love.
The member for Edmonton, not at all. The member for Lesser Slave Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I paid a heavy price for standing up for the people of Lesser Slave Lake. I was removed from caucus. Now my riding is being targeted for elimination. And most recently, both myself and the member for Airdrie Cochrane are being sued personally for $500,000 by the UCP. But Mr. Speaker...
Oh yeah, that's right.
Attempts to pressure or muzzle elected members will not work.
Do you remember we talked about this a couple days ago? The UCP is suing two people for trying to start their own party under the umbrella of it being too close to the name of the United Conservative Party. This is one of the people.
Albertans expect a government that welcomes debate,
It is
not
a good
one that
suit.
fears democracy. Yes, this journey's been stressful and at times lonely, but we are not alone. More and more Albertans from every region of this province are searching for a political home. Now they have one. The Alberta Progressive Conservatives. To my former colleagues across the aisle, what is happening here is not just happening to me, it's happening to you too. It is meant as a warning. Comply or be punished.
Here comes the split of the Alberta government again, of the Alberta Conservatives. This is where it starts.
None of you would be in government right now if we campaigned on things like separation, the Alberta pension plan, massive deficits, and now the corruption and conflicts of interest, where each of you must decide what it is you're protecting by staying silent. Because eventually, your silence will be viewed as being complicit to the ones who are corrupt. Mr. Speaker, Jed Bartlett once said, decisions are made by those who show up. So I'm asking Albertans to show up. Get in the game. Don't sit on the bench and leave our future in the hands of a loud and angry few. Which is why people are responding so strongly to a responsible, right-of-center vision for Alberta. One that is fiscally conservative and socially reliable. Rooted in
Socially
decency and
reliable.
common sense. The UCP may continue to delay our ability to use the Alberta PC name, but Albertans already understand what it represents, and they know it when they see it. Balance, integrity, Just a boring government that takes responsibility and finds solutions instead of conflicts. Mr. Speaker, Churchill reminded us that our darkest days often come before our finest hours. And I believe that sunlight is coming with an Alberta Progressive Conservative movement. Thank you. Well done.
Interesting. Yeah, it really could be.
Edmonton Southwest.
I love that this guy is still around.
This government says that it's taking action on classroom complexity, but the path they have
Wait for the UAP Ultimate Aria Party.
just how out of touch they are with the needs of everyday Albertans. Right now, school boards are being told to rush in class size and classroom composition data, including reporting incidents of aggression and violence to feed into the new class size and complexity cabinet committee. Data is due this month with public reporting promised in January. But when your lens is to label students as aggressive or complex, instead of focusing on the supports in the classroom, you treat children with disabilities, mental health needs, or language barriers as risk factors to be managed, not as learners to be supported. It shows this government does not understand the realities of teachers or students. That's not completely surprising since the Premier recently mused that students with special needs should be segregated away from the regular classroom. Throughout November, this data collection will download hundreds of hours of extra work onto schools as school boards scramble to meet the province's tight deadlines. A teacher told me that their principal spent the entire weekend and hours more this week pulling together numbers for a Thursday deadline instead of planning, mentoring staff, or connecting with families. And consider this. Parents and disability organizations are completely missing from the government's class size and complexity cabinet committee. Inclusion Alberta has warned that this approach again excludes families of students with disabilities and risks reinforcing stigma, negative stereotypes, and a shift toward more segregated classrooms, despite decades of research that inclusive education leads to better outcomes for all students. Mr. Speaker, what this government is doing is nothing short of contempt for teachers.
Do you remember when I was ranting initially when we were watching this about how all of this sounds so much like segregated classrooms again? Like, they're not hiding it anymore. Danielle Smith has even said out loud that she thinks that they should be separated.
Teachers, families, and Albertans who are begging this government to listen and to invest in real supports, not more panels and political theatrics.
Also, again, I know Rick McIver is conservative, and I'm sure he said lots of strange things, but I grew up with him, and I love the way that he runs the house. Oh, speaking of emergency alerts, you guys hear that? Oh, you can't hear it. My mic's not picking it up. I just got an emergency alert for Alberta. Did you get one too, Anu? Everything's fine. Sorry. Sorry. It was a test of the emergency alert. Everything's okay. You got it too. It's testing day. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I think there was one in Ontario today too. Yeah. Panic! Just kidding. Yeah. Makes me jump every time. We got it earlier in Quebec. Hey, Ayla. Nice to see you. Countrywide just staggered. Yeah, that makes sense. You're going to be okay, lotators. I'm sorry. BC, be warned. Yeah, you're going to get it in an hour. Any of our viewers here from BC, let us know in an hour if you got your emergency alerts. Yes, which is BC phone to vibrate. Do I want to know something? See, I read that as EA, as in education assistant, but I know you mean emergency alert systems. Yes, please tell us. I know. Same for tests, the same for kids are missing, it's the same for, yeah, stay in your houses. It doesn't, no. I remember growing up and I wish that just once those emergency alerts would have gone off in church. That's so funny. The EAS is particularly managed by Comcast. I know one of the engineers in Pennsylvania who works on it. That's cool. I had the phone near my head because the stream volume is down. The alarm almost made me throw my phone. All your kids came running. Hi, little taters kids. All right, well, now that we're all awake, we can keep going.
Honorable members, it is 1:50, which means it is time for oral question period. The first question belongs to the honorable member from Edmonton, Mill Woods.
Awesome. All right, y'all, here we go.
Mr. Speaker, when the Ethics Commissioner found that this Premier had breached the Conflicts of Interest Act, the Premier was encouraged to learn about our democracy and what her job actually is.
Oh, yikes. I got a tornado warning when I was at the grocery store one time. I felt like the end of the world hearing them. Yeah, making them all at the same time would be terrifying.
Things like her
Also,
to learn about our democracy and what her job actually is. Things like her job is not to trample on Alberta's constitutionally protected human rights.
Love it.
Now she makes herself the first Premier in our history to use the notwithstanding clause, not just once, but 4 times in 3 weeks. Does the Premier understand that the repeated use of the notwithstanding clause literally means she opposes the freedoms of all Albertans?
Heck yes. Good way to start.
The Honorable Premier of Alberta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we do understand is that our job is to protect children, and we believe in science on this side of
No,
the
you
House,
don't.
Mr. Speaker. And quite frankly, there is just not good science over the use of Lupron, which is not affirmed for use in treating gender dysphoria. In fact, I have this note from the UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls. He says, the Premier will be remembered as having been on the right side of history and children's rights. I'm very appreciative of the courage of the Premier. Never thought I'd be quoting the UN, Mr. Speaker, but that's one of the validators that we have.
Oh, brother. Look at this guy that we paid to make a statement. Rick. Okay.
The honorable member.
The Canadian Civil Liberties Association said, quote, a couple of weeks ago it was striking teachers who were targeted. Today it is trans youth. It is
Allegedly, don't sue me.
worth asking who will be next, end quote. Albertans now see that the UCP want to restrict the rights of immigrants. And based on the resolutions coming forward at the UCP AGM, even more groups of Albertans will soon find their rights trampled. Who will she and her UCP government use the notwithstanding clause on next?
I know her a lot.
Is it our brave firefighters? Is it healthcare workers who move to strike? Whose freedoms will be stripped next?
Well said. See, and this is why it's good to watch this, because it's nice to hear some opposing voices. Hi, Nora.
Again, Mr. Speaker, this is about protecting children and making
No, it's
sure
not.
that medical experiments are not conducted on them.
Again, there is another one. So earlier they said sanitizing, sterilizing, and now they're using this.
Because we do not have good data. The CAS report said the rationale for early puberty suppression remains unclear, with weak evidence regarding the impact on gender dysphoria, mental or psychosocial health. The effect on cognitive and psychosexual development remains unknown. Mr. Speaker, we've got to protect children. We've got to make sure that they make it safely into adulthood, fully understanding the consequences of their decisions, preserving their fertility, and that's the reason why we've taken steps to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Yup.
If their legislation had a leg to stand on, like the Premier claims, they wouldn't need the notwithstanding clause.
Hell yes.
And they know that. They know this is an abuse of power. We know that this UCP government is a danger to our democracy. We know that their legislation has trampled on Albertans' rights, first for teachers, now for families. The UCP think they always know best, and they're willing to force their ideas down everybody's throats. Why has the UCP decided to steal away
Hey, Rascal
parents'
Atlantic.
freedoms to decide what is best for their own children?
Love it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was the court who basically affirmed a right to possess child porn that had us and say, absolutely not. The buck stops with elected officials, and we are not going to defer to unelected judges who do not have democratic accountability on their side. Let me give you the lived experience of Kelly Lynn Peary, who, on behalf of D-Trans Alliance Canada, a group of Canadians...
Oh my word. She's actually reading From the D-Trans Alliance. Oh boy.
Who have detransitioned back to our biological sex, I am thrilled that the government of Alberta is protecting the rights of parents and children. That is what this is about, Mr. Speaker, and we stand on the side of those who want us to protect them.
The second set of questions, the honourable member from Edmonton Millwoods.
Oh, look, their alerts go off.
Trampling rights and freedoms. And
Appreciate the donation there. Oh, we get a fresh set of 35 seconds.
The emergency alerts went off in the house.
Mr. Speaker, the corrupt care scandal involves bloated contracts that are going to UCP government's friends and insiders. At first, it seemed like this scandal just had to deal with the health file. But the former infrastructure minister has said he knew of numbered companies affiliated
What was the
with or
food
owned
bank
by
comment?
Sam Ration as
I'm not
partners
sure. I
that
missed it.
also-
Go back for a sec.
That is what the
Second set of questions, the honourable member from Edmonton Millwoods.
Trampling rights and freedoms. And
Appreciate the donation there. Appreciate the donation there.
and
Appreciate the donation there.
Nice. I'm not sure what its comment actually was.
We get a fresh set of 35 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, the corrupt care scandal
Maybe.
involves bloated contracts that are going to UCP government's friends and insiders. At first, it seemed like this scandal just had to deal with the health file. But the former infrastructure minister has said he knew of numbered companies affiliated with or owned by Sam Ration as partners that also got sole source contracts for recovery centers. How many contracts did those at the heart of the corrupt care scandal get from this government? And is it double digits or triple digits?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd caution the member opposite not to repeat the untruths of the member on the other side of the aisle, because the fact of the
I'm
matter
sorry.
is, the way we operate with our partnership with Indigenous communities is we give them a grant, they do the procurement. It's a case of mistaken identity, Mr. Speaker. The company these Indigenous firms or the Indigenous communities have contracted with are not the same as the company that the tinfoil hat member opposite believes they are.
Whoa.
So I would just
Whoa. That's so rich.
suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the member across the aisle not repeat it outside the chamber, because she might find herself on the end of a lawsuit.
That was a threat.
Order! A point of order was declared at
Yeah.
1:57 p.m. The
Heck, yes.
honourable member for Edmonton.
Yeah, so he just did a point of order. There's definitely going to be something about that at the end of the house, at the end of question period.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister of Health said that his minister was, quote, freaked out about the allegations. If the minister was so freaked out, he should have called the RCMP, called the Auditor General, called anyone. And the same deputy said on the record, quote, I definitely know that Marshall was involved on that side, end quote. That's the Premier's former chief of staff directly implicated in the procurement of recovery centres. Why has this government refused to tell Albertans which recovery centre contracts benefited their buddy from the corrupt care scandal?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member from Airdrie Cochrane had way too many tomahawk steaks and specialty drinks to understand that he was making an error.
Whoa. I is happening right now? Sorry, guys. He was too drunk and didn't know what he was saying. The heck is she talking about?
The Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member from Airdrie Cochrane had way too many tomahawk steaks and specialty drinks to understand that he was making an error in judgment when the minister told him that it was a case of mistaken identity. There were two companies. One of them is the one that the Indigenous communities contracted with that has no relationship to anything that is being discussed, notwithstanding the accusations being made with the benefit of privilege in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, and they will not repeat it outside because they know it is not true.
Oh, man.
Okay, well, that's 2 points of order at 1:57 and 2 more at
Yeah.
1:58.
I hope so.
The honourable member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, the
Yeah, he had too many steaks and too many drinks and didn't know what he was saying. That's their excuse.
ministers refused to table anything in this legislature, even though he was freaked out about the allegations. Justice Wyant did not have the scope to investigate recovery centers, and when the same judge tried to do his investigation, not a single politician or political staffer allowed themselves to even be interviewed. The only way Albertans ever get answers will be a full public inquiry. In this chamber, we only get threats to take it outside. It's ridiculous. Does the government think that Albertans should accept these endless attempts at a bad cover-up?
I will say I don't know a ton about the Crep Care scandal, but the way that they're handling this tells me that it's not great.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the allegations were made, we contacted the correct party, which was the Indigenous communities that did the procurement. We have letters from them indicating who it is that they contracted with. It is not who the members opposite said, and we would be happy to table those in the legislature, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, boy.
The third question goes to the honourable member for Edmonton Glenora.
Great outfit.
The Minister for Hospitals said that if some Albertans wanted to pay more, let's say double or triple what it would cost under public health care, and some doctors want to be paid more, double or triple than what they're being paid under public health care, what's the problem with that? Well, the problem, Mr. Speaker, is that it's in complete violation of the Canada Health Act and the principle of universality. So does the Minister for Hospitals know the other principles of the Canada Health Act, and does he also believe that UCP should be breaking them?
I guess.
The honourable minister for hospitals.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No Albertan will have to pay for medically necessary care or hospital care.
Just surgeries.
Physician practice is already happening in Alberta. It's already happening in Quebec and New Brunswick, and actually in leading jurisdictions around the world with superior access to health care than Canada. We rank 7th. The top 6 in front of us all have private streams of care. Mr. Speaker, our priority is to ensure that all Albertans' health care improves. That's why we're making substantial investments in our public system, 1,000 new acute care beds, 50,000 more surgeries, while also increasing flexibility for physicians and Albertans to meet and do things.
Flexibility, aka privatization.
What the minister calls flexibility is American-style two-tier Trump healthcare in the province of Alberta. And no Albertan wants that, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Premier knows they don't want that. That's why during the election she promised that she wouldn't bring it here. That's why she said there was going to be a universal public health care guarantee. And here we are 2 years later, promise made, promise broken. Premier, you want a mandate to be able to privatize health care? Call an election.
Through the chair only. I'm trying not to psycho chair analyze right now. It's so hard. I know her body language is very, very, very telling of when she's lying.
The honourable member will direct all of her comments to the chair, as will all honourable members. The Minister of Hospital. Oh, there's a point of order called at 2:01 also.
Oh, brother.
Mr. Speaker, I heard a lot of buzzwords. I didn't hear a lot of ways to improve health care.
Yeah, the poos at the end of this are going to be a mess. Yeah, that's fair, Plain Power. We're currently watching the NDP make some really good points, so it's half awesome, half
For Canadians or Albertans, it's easy to criticize. It's not easy to make the hard choices to try a different care model than the 1960s. But we can look around the world at places like Norway, the Netherlands, UK, France, and we can look at what's worked in their jurisdictions and apply it to Canada and improve health care for Albertans and Canadians who are waiting for care. They're waiting for rationed care. It's not working, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to change it.
Yeah, the poos will be interesting.
What the member just said is that he wants to try new things with Albertans' lives. He wants to try to bring in American-style healthcare. Conservative premiers, Mr. Speaker, tried to do that before. They were shut down and shut out. That's why this premier refused to campaign on during the election. But it's clear, the leaked cabinet memo shows so. Now there's a spin video out from the premier and one of her health ministers saying how great it is. In the hallway, that same minister just said, you're going to be able to pay for a family doctor. Mr. Speaker, they did not campaign on this. They do not have a mandate. Call an election.
That's right.
Well said. I love this guy's expressions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think what the member opposite is really upset about is her own record as the Minister of Health a number of years ago. Because,
Oh,
Mr. Speaker,
my goodness.
at that time they tried to bring in a new funding mechanism for family doctors. And you know what? After 2 years, she only got 6 doctors to sign on. When we got our new primary care compensation model, Mr. Speaker, in just a few months, we have over 1,000 doctors signing on. Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is working. We are getting better access for Albertans.
No, you're not. Yeah, exactly, Ani.
Only the honourable member for Calgary Mountain View has the floor.
Another fantastic outfit. Love the jacket.
I am a proud Canadian. Our individual rights and our public health care system are some of the things I am proudest of. But this UCP government has absolutely no respect for either of them. They are bringing in American-style health care. The UCP would leave Albertans already struggling to put food on the table with an impossible choice. Let your sick child wait and risk it, or pull out your credit card. How can the minister do this to families? Does the government not understand, or do they just not care?
Good question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, what we are bringing in is more like European-style health care, Mr. Speaker. MEI, which is the Montreal Economic Institute, said just yesterday, the researcher points out that authorizing mixed practice, as Denmark does, is a...
I'm sorry. Did we not just talk about how they did... There was a study in Scotland? I don't know. One of the European countries did a study on this and said it was not a good model.
better way to ensure timely access to care. In Denmark, no significant differences were recorded in the numbers of hours worked in public hospitals between flexibly participating physicians and those who worked exclusively in the public system, according to the study.
Oh, another one.
Studies in Australia, studies in OECD countries, and many, many more found that the more private health care there is, the more wait times actually increased, Mr. Speaker. And we know where this path ends, with studies in the U.S. finding that the UCP's dream scenario, hospitals acquired by private equity, resulted in an increase of 25% in adverse events and 13% increases in deaths in emergency rooms. The UCP plan will increase wait times and it will increase deaths. Does this government consider that a feature or a bug?
While the Honourable Education Minister is planning his donation to the food bank, we'll hear from the Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite is misinformed. The same study from Denmark shows that doctors in mixed practice add some hours in the private sector without reducing their commitment to the public system. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Commonwealth Fund ranking on access to care shows that Canada is 7th out of 10 countries. Each of the 6 countries ahead of
There you
Canada
go, Rascal.
in the ranking have universal
I don't know, Lil Taters, what
Mr.
happened
Speaker,
there.
while also fully allowing a private medical practice. Mr. Speaker, why don't we deserve what Europeans have?
'Cause it doesn't work.
Honourable members, if you turn your device on now and it makes noise, you're still making a donation to the food bank.
Ah, there we go. That's what it is. every time that their phones go off, they have to make a donation to the food bank. Yeah.
This is just another step down
I
the
do like that
American
system.
healthcare path, and we can see the results: increased cost, increased wait time, increased risk of death. This will hurt Albertans, except the richest 1% that the UCP just love to trade favors with. Just like creating their own pension, just like creating their own police force, this is something the UCP absolutely did not run on, and Albertans do not want. Will the UCP give
You're
the
not
voters
crazy.
back
Nope.
the power,
It's definitely on
call
there.
an election, and run on this ridiculous agenda?
I love it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I can quote the Fraser Institute, the defenders of the status quo.
Oh, my word.
The status quo, which are the NDP, Mr. Speaker, were of course quick to frame.
Yeah, Anu, that's totally fair. And that's, as someone who knows him, that's 100% the kind of person that he is.
The approach as unique in Canada, arguing it would harm a universal system. While this potential change may put Alberta's policies at odds with other provinces, it would more closely align with universal healthcare systems everywhere else in the developed world.
Nope.
And most importantly, it will make better access for healthcare for all Albertans. That's what we want, Mr. Speaker.
I am sure that there have been things, I grew up surrounded by conservative politicians. It's why I know Rick McIver. I'm sure that there is things that he has said and done that I don't agree with, but I don't know. He's a regular conservative Albertan. I would say it that way.
Okay, we're at the point where there's no preambles after on supplementaries, and we're going to see a great example of that by Calgary Curry.
Yeah, exactly, Blue Cherry.
Accessibility is one of the 5 pillars in Medicare and the Canada Health Act, but the UCP wants to offer preferential access to those who can afford it, while simultaneously worsening access for those.
Oh, really, Plain Power?
Just look to Australia.
Yeah, that's not
where
the kind of
patients
guy
in
he is at all.
Stream waited more than twice as long for their surgeries compared to private pay patients. Universality be damned. The luxury of paying for private services throws accessibility out the window. Is the minister satisfied with creating a system that improves access for a few,
No worries,
while
Plain Power.
most will wallow on the wait list?
I don't know every single politician, and I can only speak to the Rick McIver that I knew growing up.
The Honourable Minister of Hospitals.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to share that Alberta will be increasing surgeries across the board. We hit a record number of 318,000 surgeries last year. 80% of those were done in our internal hospital system, about 20% in our chartered surgical facilities, and we are already on track to do even more surgeries this year. We're going to do that by leveraging our internal ORs even further. We're going to expand chartered surgical facilities to remove those low complexity, volume capable surgeries so we can backfill the complex ones in hospitals. And we're going to increase flexibility so that physicians and Albertans can meet and get surgeries done here instead of the United States and Europe.
Honourable members, if you think what you're hearing is so bad, you should be quiet so all the folks at home can hear it too if it's that bad. The Honourable
Premier campaigned on a
I love it.
guarantee and promised to fix healthcare in 90 days. And given that there is an abundance of research showing increases in privatization correspond with worse health outcomes and higher avoidable mortality rates amongst those who are left behind in the public stream, which will be most Albertans, Mr. Speaker. And given this plan introduces expensive American-style medicine that would mean Albertans would have to pay to see a family doctor, will the minister admit,
Yeah, absolutely,
their
Ayla.
best efforts to suggest otherwise,
Both those people that are signing and the people that are doing translation for the federal question period are absolute champions because it is a lot of work.
the privatization of family medicine does not improve quality of care or produce better health outcomes?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
You know what, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite should remember what their record was, and it was.
Thanks for coming, Dan. Good to see you.
$3 billion and saw no
Enjoy your
results.
kids.
Care actually got worse under the NDP. They watched wait times get longer for forced.
Because the NDP were handed an impossible thing to fix in 4 years. You too, friend.
Straight years And that's as they were chasing Albertans out of the province, Mr. Speaker. They significantly increased wait times for surgery, CT scans, and MRIs. In 2014, before the NDPs, Albertans were waiting on average 204 days for a hip surgery. In 2018, 265 days. In 2014, they waited 44 days.
Given that accountability seems to be in short supply today, and given that what does lead to better health outcomes is early detection and preventive health care, like seeing a family doctor, something that nearly 1 million Albertans do not have, and given that research in the U.S. has found that even relatively small charges to patients, like $1 to $5, are associated with reduced use of care and life-saving services, it leads to increased use of the emergency department,
decades of cuts come back to
rates
haunt.
of chronic diseases like hypertension and asthma. Will the minister admit that American-style two-tiered healthcare leads
Are we
to
thinking
poor
about her,
healthcare
Anu?
outcomes for Albertans? And will she admit to the real cost?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll admit to the fact that we are, in fact, making sure we have more doctors in this province than we've ever had in this province before, Mr. Speaker. When the members opposite were in government, we had roughly about 10,600 physicians. We
All
now
good,
have
friend. I get it.
12,769 physicians in this province, of which more than half are family physicians. I know for a fact we have over 600 doctors, family doctors, taking new patients in Alberta right now, Mr. Speaker.
Playing a game on a server with strangers, one of them is from Alberta, keeps calling it a communist wasteland. Oh my goodness. This is about almost as far as you can get from a communist wasteland. Oh my goodness.
That is not their record, that is our record, and we're proud of it.
Next questions are for and only for the member for Athabasca Barhead, Westlock.
Oh no.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Albertans love their province, and that was crystal clear in the strong participation.
How great are we? We are so great.
And given that the new license plate will probably feature strong and free, which
Oh,
is
gross.
Alberta, and we're not afraid to roll up
Gross.
this house. We're eager.
Gross.
Finally, I would also like to say thank you to all Albertans that participated in this tournament-style vote, and they made it fun for everyone.
Strike notice because this government has not improved working conditions or pay for them. These are
Again, another
LPNs
great
and
outfit.
healthcare aides that run our public care system. But instead of supporting them, all the UCP government wants to do is privatize these jobs. Why has this government failed to get a deal
Exactly,
with its own
Helios Caster.
employees who, without them, our whole healthcare system would crumble?
Well said.
The Honourable Minister of Finance and President of Treasury.
Mr. Speaker, we have the utmost respect for every Albertan that works in the public service,
You do not.
regardless of occupation. And I think we've been extremely consistent in our messaging that we want our people paid well. We don't want recruitment and retention challenges. We're okay being high in market compared to the other provinces, but we're not prepared to be outliers. We're not prepared to seek beneficial pay because the truth is we need more of these people, not less. For a province that's growing like we are, we'll continue to bargain in good faith.
I heard a lot of people other than Edmonton South, but now we'll only hear from Edmonton South.
Given that mediation failed because this government doesn't respect healthcare workers, and given that their privatization agenda, pushing American-style, two-tiered healthcare, will do nothing to recruit and retain these workers, and given this is
Absolutely, Faya.
disrespectful for these workers who are seeking fair pay and fair hours of
Good
work
question, Blue
after
Cherry
they
Teddy.
give everything to care for our loved ones. Why has this government failed to get a deal at the bargaining table with some of the lowest paid healthcare workers in the province?
Sure is.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like I said, we have
Sure
got
is.
deals. We had a deal with the United Nurses. We had a deal with the Alberta Public Service. We never left the table. I'm treating this 72-hour period like we're still at the table because we are. And I encourage them to come back. It's a lot easier to prevent a strike than it is to stop a strike.
What?
Edmonton South.
Given this government has shown a total disregard for the rights of Alberta teachers, and given they used the notwithstanding clause to trample on the rights of teachers who were on strike, and given that the finance minister said this government is already willing to weaponize the notwithstanding clause against these healthcare workers, does the government now plan on using the notwithstanding clause to trample on the charter-protected rights of AUPE healthcare workers?
Well said. Good question.
Mr. Speaker, the other side always fails to remember that there was other rights involved in the teacher strike, the rights of kids to an education.
No.
After we witnessed the longest provincial-wide education strike in Canadian history, someone had to stand up for the rights of our kids. Now, I've also said it's very different. That is a two-table bargaining unit, unlike any of our healthcare units. I'm very hopeful that we don't end up in a strike position, but if we do, we have many tools, and we would still be hoping for a negotiated deal.
Yeah, right.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
Great tie. Love
Mr.
that.
Speaker, the right to make decisions about medical care is a deeply personal and constitutionally protected right. In Morgentaler and the Queen, the court said that these rights cannot be unjustifiably limited by any government.
It was
this
fair.
government
Yep.
said it had strong justification that these laws would hold up in court, although we just heard this government thinks about this court. To the Premier, what justification does this government now have to take away individual health and social rights from Albertans?
Well said.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have authorities from Britain, Sweden, Denmark, and Finland, Mr. Speaker, that have all severely restricted or ended hormonal therapy practices on minors because the evidence is weak and the detrimental impacts on children are high. We are not outliers here, Mr. Speaker. We are at
what's
the
the
forefront
proof?
in Canada and protecting our children, and we're using the consensus of the global medical community
No, you're
to support
not.
our position. No matter how much the NDP fearmongers, we are on the right side of history here today.
I'm sorry. Who is the side that's using words like sterilization and experimental practices?
Given that we find ourselves in Canada and we have the Constitution here, and the UCP spit on our Constitution with the introduction of Bill 9, and given this unprecedented invasion comes at the heels of the
Exactly,
UCP stripping
Arya.
away the charter rights of teachers, of all Albertans, frankly.
Mhm.
And given high youth unemployment rates, failing schools and hospitals, and all the other crises facing youth, I must ask the Premier, when will the government come to the table with real solutions for our kids?
Yes,
When will
Ayla.
this war on our children end?
A point of order was noted at 2:21.
Ugh, probably.
Mr. Speaker, using these clauses are serious and we never take them lightly.
Oh.
But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that we are ensuring to keep our children safe. Full stop. The truth.
So not only that, Ayla, but also preventing education about it, about what they are and what they do in sex education classrooms.
The truth is that the long-term effects of these treatments is largely unknown. We have medical authorities, medical opinions from both within Canada and across the globe, Mr.
From
Speaker.
where?
More research is needed to determine what the implications are, not just in the short term, but in the long term. And that's why we are erring on the side of caution, Mr. Speaker. We will do everything we can to protect our children and make sure that they don't make potentially dangerous decisions themselves.
Given that right here in Alberta, Dr. Brian Wiersma, president of the Alberta Medical Association, said, quote, when a government grants itself license to override physician judgment and patient consent, who at any stage of life will be next? Given I've heard from thousands of angry Albertans who are disgusted that this government is taking away the rights of Albertans, and given that no one truly believes that this government knows better than parents of trans children, doctors, and judicial experts who have thoroughly considered the evidence and research on both sides, to the Premier, what rationale could this government possibly have for stomping on the charter rights of children, and who is next?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I would urge the member opposite to stop fear-mongering, to stop creating division, and to stop scaring our children, Mr.
What
Speaker.
are you talking about?
The fact of the matter is that the global medical community has expressed concerns about these administrations, these procedures, and these drugs. We are taking a cautious approach, Mr.
Oh,
Speaker.
yeah.
We're making sure that children do not make decisions themselves that they're not ready for, and we'll continue to do everything we can as a government here in Alberta to protect their well-being. I'm not a parent.
The honourable member for... It's my turn now. The honourable member for Didsbury Three Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the outstanding people of Old Didsbury Three Hills have played an integral part, thank you, in building Alberta's economy through agriculture and conventional oil and gas. We have led the way on innovation and
How are we so awesome?
About 2,400 parts per million, Mr. Speaker, and selling that as a pace.
We are so awesome. We are
There's
so
many
awesome.
things that are happening right now in Alberta.
Don't have patience for Brian Jean today. Bye.
For Edmonton Meadows.
Love the tie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's so-called action plan on healthcare infrastructure has no action. There's no plan to hire the doctors and nurses our hospitals need, and no timeline for construction. Instead, the UCPs are obsessed with pushing Albertans into expensive private surgical clinics that profit off taxpayer dollars. To the Minister of Health, when will this government stop the failed privatization of scheme and commit to hiring the healthcare workers Alberta needs?
The Honourable Minister of Hospitals.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. You can't run hospitals or provide surgeries without healthcare workers, and I'm pleased to share that we've added over 600 physicians and over 1,000 RNs, LPNs, and healthcare aides over the last year alone. The member opposite talked about the Acute Care Action Plan, which includes plans to add over 1,000 beds, 2 towers here in Edmonton at the Misericordia and Grey Nuns, and 1 at the South Health Campus in Calgary. Unfortunately for the NDP, you do have to plan before you build. Otherwise, the building might not stand up. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to go through the regular construction process, and we're going to make sure that it builds a high-quality facility.
Do you know, they said earlier that there was 1 million Albertans that don't have a family doctor. Do you know what 600 doctors, how many patients they have to have in order to actually make meaningful, blah, blah. Do you know how many patients these doctors have? If that actually was covering the needs. Each doctor would need to have 1,667 patients. That's not making a meaningful change.
Honourable member.
Given that building needed acute care beds in Edmonton and Calgary does nothing if we don't solve the healthcare staffing crisis, and given that without the workers to staff it, a hospital bed is just a bed. Will the minister tell us today how many new healthcare workers will be hired to staff these acute care beds specifically, and when?
Yes. Yeah, exactly, Guernsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I just mentioned, over the last year, we've added over 600 physicians and 1,000 RNs, LPNs, and healthcare aides, and we're going to continue to add even more. We've just set up a new physician compensation model. We've got new incentives and...
Oh, absolutely, Guernsey. But for him to be like, oh, we hired 600 doctors, therefore we've covered everything, you haven't even, like, touched the surface.
We're working with our academic institutions to increase their output. And Mr. Speaker, my department is also beginning work on a very long-term workforce plan so we know exactly what's needed where, and we can inform further substantial investments in workforce development.
Edmonton Meadows.
Given that UCP's plan to push even more resources from our public healthcare system into private for-profit clinics was leaked to the media, and given that privatization will mean fewer doctors and nurses to staff our public hospitals, and means Albertans will have to wait even longer just to see a family doctor. Will the minister admit this American-style private healthcare that no Albertan wants, and will they admit they have no plan to build the hospitals or hire the healthcare workers we need?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are building the Red Deer Regional Hospital expansion. We are making an announcement on another hospital project shortly, Mr. Speaker.
That doesn't answer the question.
We are committing to add over 1,000 spaces to our hospitals. The 1,000 RNs, LPNs, and health grades, the 600 physicians, all publicly paid. Our 106 public hospitals, publicly paid. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to the public system. You're going to see that with major landmark announcements from acute care, primary and preventive health services, and assisted living in the coming weeks.
The honourable member for Vermilion, Lloydminster, Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tourism is booming in Alberta, creating new jobs, supporting local businesses, and bringing economic prosperity to communities across the province.
A parent of a child attending the Willowbrae Academy Mill Creek Daycare reported on June 18th that their child had been sexually abused by a worker there. It took a licensing officer from Education and Childcare 2 months to complete the investigation of the incident. When parents were finally notified that something happened, it was only through a piece of paper pinned to a bulletin board describing the incident as a critical incident and an inappropriate interaction. Why did the minister fail to tell parents quickly and clearly that a sexual predator was abusing their children at daycare?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Childcare.
Mr. Speaker, any complaint, of course, is taken extremely serious, especially in this circumstance. Investigation began as quickly as possible, almost immediately in this circumstance, and investigators got to work to explore more of the situation. I believe police services were also involved. And once the investigation was able to provide additional information, that information was provided to parents. And we continue to look at ways in which we can expedite any review or any type of investigation when it's warranted and needed, as it clearly was in this case, to ensure that children are treated properly.
Honourable member.
Given that the minister and his office say that their policy doesn't require them to inform parents when their children are in the care of a sexual predator, and given that this government's policies fail to protect children or put them first, will the Education and Childcare Minister commit today to amending his legislation so that parents are told quickly and clearly when sexual abuse takes place? Or will parents of children in daycare have to wait for this minister to be recalled and replaced for the UCP to do the right thing?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that the member opposite is really stretching things here. As I just mentioned a moment ago, anytime a matter is brought forward, it's investigated immediately. It's incredibly important that allegations like this are taken seriously, and they are. And they're investigated thoroughly to be able to come to adequate and accurate conclusions at the earliest possible opportunity. To suggest that they're not finding appropriate care is not an appropriate comment or statement to make. Investigations are conducted quickly and finished on time.
Honourable member.
Given that these parents waited 82 days for any answers from this government and only learned the truth after a town hall that they themselves organized, given that families have paid over $400 to file multiple FOIP requests just to get basic information about their children's safety, and given that these parents are seated in the gallery here today, will the minister commit right now to meet with these parents after question period, to apologize, and to tell them how his government will fix the policies that kept them in the dark?
Yikes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've mentioned, anytime an allegation is brought forward, it's investigated immediately. Police services are involved where necessary. If there's an allegation of criminal misconduct, that needs to occur. That investigation, of course, needs to occur through the criminal and police services.
Wow, he can say that with a parent standing in the room with him.
I'm always happy to find ways in which we can strengthen the investigative work that we do on the Ministry of Education and Childcare to ensure that children are in the care of the very best practitioners as possible, and we'll always continue to review those practices.
The honourable member for Calgary Northeast.
Residents in Calgary Northeast keep telling me the same story, that their insurance bills jump by hundreds of dollars overnight with no accidents, no tickets, and no explanation. The big insurance companies continue reaping record profits, while many Albertans haven't seen a pay raise in 7 years. To the minister, when will the minister introduce regulations that put people ahead of corporate profits?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that is what we're doing. That's the only reason that we're undertaking a massive overhaul and changing the entire auto insurance system in this province. No government would do this amount of work and effort to do something so difficult unless they were committed to making it about Albertans. There are things that make insurance in Alberta expensive. Yeah, I've been to Saskatchewan. There's a lot less hail. We drive more expensive vehicles because of our higher wages. We are committed to taking the biggest costs you can out of the system, and that's what the new system will do.
Given that families in Calgary Northeast aren't the ones born with silver spoons, they are new immigrants, working class people being crushed by inflation. And given that these families aren't just paying some of the highest insurance premiums in Alberta, they are the ones paying the highest premiums in the entire country. And given that these families aren't asking for luxury, they are asking for fairness. To the Minister, why are hardworking families in Calgary Northeast being forced to pay Alberta is calling's premium penalty?
Yeah, you know, that was a strange question, but I would come back to this. We do have the second highest premiums in the country. Ontario has the highest. Our systems currently are similar, tort-based systems. We are moving to a care-first system that will provide the highest benefits in the country. Yes, through you. Yes. We took Manitoba's model and we increased the income replacement because of our higher wages, and you won't need to lawyer up to get more than 50 grand.
Oh, I know.
Explaining the concept of affordability to this conservative government is just like explaining origami to penguins. They just don't get it, Mr. Speaker. And given that in Calgary Northeast, families already facing high housing costs, high food prices, and high utility bills now have to deal with skyrocketing insurance costs, when will this minister finally acknowledge that it's the UCP that drove the insurance costs and commit to a real plan that lowers premiums for the people of Calgary Northeast?
We are committed to a real plan, Mr. Speaker. As I've said here many times, January 1st, 2027, we will be implementing and launching Care First auto insurance in Alberta.
It really is, Anu.
Taking the biggest cost out of the system. Having a more sustainable, predictable costing system in Alberta while providing the best benefits.
Unfortunately, that wraps that up.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions. Notices of motions.
The Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Government House Leader to give notice pursuant to Government Motion 4 that there will be no evening sitting today, Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. I also, with your indulgence and the patience of the Chamber, rise to give oral notice of 3 bills in the hopes that the status of my articulation has improved.
Let's hope so.
Bill 11, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2025.
To the Ethics Commissioner and his response dated November 18th, 2025, advising that these matters remain ongoing. Any other tablings? Seeing none. Yes. These are returns and reports. I think it's yes, Honourable Member from Medicine Hat. Cypress Medicine Hat.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table an article highlighting Chinese interference in government issues, offering big cash for low value information and its impact on government.
What?
Honourable Member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to table 6 documents related to the unlawful dismissal civil claim brought forward by Athana Menthalopoulos against AHS and the Government of Alberta. I'm tabling these documents so that they're all in one place. The documents are as follows. The Statement of Claim, filed February 12, 2025. Statement of Defense to the GOA, filed March 13th. Statement of Defense AHS, filed March 14th. The reply to the Statement of Defense, filed March 20th. Affidavit of Athana Menthalopoulos, filed June 9th. And the application for partial summary judgment, filed from Indigenous partners.
All right. They are not going to be doing any more on the bills today. This is their order paper. They're doing tabling returns and reports. Just going to continue bringing documents forward. There's no introduction of bills, so there is a chance that there will be a debate on the bill tomorrow. I don't believe we have. Give us the poos. Oh, yeah. Where's the points of order? Here, maybe? All right, we'll keep watching to see the poos.
Processes to build the facilities. We respect the Indigenous community's self-determination when it comes to these processes.
The honourable member for Edmonton Buffalo. Calgary. That would be Calgary. Going back in time to
there we go.
1:57 p.m.
Here's the first one.
2 points of order were called. Airdrie Cochrane.
Yeah, the first one, I guess it's a combined one. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly a point of order based on 23 HI&J. The Premier directed comments to myself stating that I had made untruths and that I was a tinfoil hat wearing member.
This is one of the other gentlemen that is being sued by the UCP right now.
It's a bit of the pot calling the kettle black here, knowing the chemtrails, but naturally, anytime a member calls another a liar in whatever form, it doesn't matter, that member is clearly in a point of order, and that member should apologize and withdraw.
Deputy Government, one of the House Leaders, Deputy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also will rise on this point of order. The Premier clearly was communicating it's a matter of debate what the member opposite was alleging surrounding the accusations. The member opposite continues to escalate accusations about members in this chamber that are personal in nature, trying to imply that there is corruption. We believe that this is language that will continue to disrupt the orderly House. And so we will take your direction on this. Of course, the Premier believed it.
No, the man that just spoke is an independent. He's one of the 2 people that were kicked out of the UCP. And I believe this is also UCP.
Was within the spirit of the matter of debate, and we're happy to take this chair's direction.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And in exchange for allowing me to join in this debate, I will withdraw the second point of order called at the same time. And simply to say that the language of accusing another member of wearing a tinfoil hat has been ruled out of order in this chamber on numerous occasions. I will cite 2 on May 8th of 2025, as well as on March 27th of 2025. The language of accusing another member of wearing a tinfoil hat is a point of order in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. These types of direct insults do not add to the debate, and I look forward to your ruling.
That is a lot of tinfoil hats.
Well, honourable members, I do have the blues, and the phrase untruths of the member and tinfoil hat of the member were both used. None of that's helpful, and it's made particularly more helpful when it's directed at an individual member, which it clearly was. So it was clearly a point of order which requires an apology and a withdrawal.
On behalf of the member, I unreservedly apologize and withdraw the language.
Okay.
See, even though he's conservative, he's still going to call them out.
That items are dealt with, and point of order 2 is withdrawn. I heard, so it takes us to point of order number 3 by, I think, the honourable member from Airdrie Cochrane.
So, Mr. Speaker.
Gotta go first. So,
okay, go ahead. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order where the Premier made references to comments from an online source. This was from a podcast with virtually no audience, which has been publishing serious threats and baseless.
Yeah, so Peter Guthrie, he's independent. They got kicked out of the UCP.
Accusations against myself, Athana Menthalopoulos, the former CEO of AHS, and journalist Carrie Tate. It is an extremely disturbing and well-funded operation. What is more troubling, Mr. Speaker, is that the Premier of Alberta has repeated talking points that originated from this source. I find it astonishing that the Premier would lead credence to an outlet that traffics in harassment and intimidation, yet here we are. Mr. Speaker, this conduct falls squarely within 23 HI&J. making allegations without foundation and using language to create disorder. So I would ask that the member apologize and withdraw.
The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I will indulge this here to ask, I'm sorry, I did not hear a quote of the language cited. There was a reference that the member opposite believes that the Premier was making. I'm not sure the precise language that the member believes falls in 23 HINJ. I'm happy to speak to that, and perhaps I missed it. There was conversations about what the member opposite ate and drank at different times, clearly matters of debate. Referencing the member opposite was an error at times, which is, I believe, also parliamentary. Without the precise language, I'm afraid I can't speak to exactly what the point was.
I have the blues. I'll be happy to read them to you. The member for Airdrie Cochrane had way too many tomahawk steaks and specialty drinks to understand he was making an error, were the exact words. I think that it's a point of order. I think yes, it just needs to be withdrawn and apologized for.
There you go.
Mr.
Second
Speaker,
time.
I withdraw and apologize on reserve on behalf of the member.
Calgary Mountain View, is this the same point of order or no? Okay, Honourable.
Related, Mr. Speaker.
Do proceed.
At the time, 158, but also prior to that, in answer to questions that I was asking, the Premier chose to respond multiple times under 23 HIJ.
Oh yeah, always fair. It'd be bad look for Danielle to apologize.
Particularly H and I, imputes false and unavowed motives to another member, and I do not have the benefit of the blues, Mr. Speaker, and so your reading of this from both her response at 158 but also 157 will be
Kind of,
helpful.
Guernsey. I'll show you in a sec.
The Premier was heard to say repeatedly that I
Hey, Pian for a
was
Dune.
asking questions
It's
in
going.
this chamber that I would not ask outside of this House, implying that I knowingly am standing here lying or slandering or doing other behaviors unbefitting of a member. The Premier was accusing me of acting in that manner, and that is a point of order. Certainly that type of language is unhelpful in the debate, used in this case, I believe, as a defense and to deflect, but I think it's a point of order, and I ask you to take a look at what was said at that time, Mr. Speaker. If she was making direct reference to me and what I would and would not do in different places, that would be inappropriate and a point of order. I look
All
forward
of
to
them
hearing
against
the
Danielle,
blues
hey?
and your ruling.
One of the Honourable Government Deputy House Leaders.
Mr. Speaker, what is permitted in this chamber is a free, lively, open debate. What is not permitted are personal attacks, and that's why they are unparliamentary. Defamation does not apply within this chamber. That is not an accusation of somebody lying. It's an accusation of someone perhaps using what would have been defamatory language outside this chamber. That is how we have built this chamber on purpose. It allows free exchange of ideas without any limit. To ask somebody to repeat those comments outside the chamber is a normal parliamentary conversation back and forth. It happens in every single Westminster Parliament across the Western world.
Yeah, exactly,
And Mr.
little
Speaker,
taters.
it is not an accusation of lying or doing something untoward. It's an
think
accusation
this guy
of
is
saying
sleeping.
that you don't believe this to be something that you could say outside and not be under the grounds of, for example, defamation. This is not a point of order. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, this is exactly why we have the chamber, so that we can have these debates here. And pointing that out is definitely, Mr. Speaker, not a point of order.
You only get one whack at this. Sorry. Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View.
Yes, I would just hasten to point out that I think given the conversation around defamation that has occurred, multiple members in this chamber, including multiple government ministers, that the government House Leader is well aware of the definition of defamation, and that in
Oh, you got it now, Helios.
defamation, there has to be a lie because truth is a complete defense. So to make an allegation of defamation is to make an allegation of
BC
lying,
is sounding
and I
off.
think that everyone in this room knows that, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, well, I have the benefit of the blues and the
It doesn't matter. It'll go through your phone's silent setting.
things. What was said before the point of order is, one of them is the one that the Indigenous communities contracted with that has no relationship to anything that is being discussed, notwithstanding the accusations being made with the benefit of privilege in this chamber.
Okay.
And then the point of order was called. I think it's a matter of debate. I think that it's to suggest that someone wouldn't say something outside the chamber is I would agree. It's well, first of all, it's not super helpful, but it's also something fairly common to suggest that without the privilege of the chamber, someone may run the risk of being taken to court, which doesn't automatically make them a liar, but it does kind of suggest
he knows.
that they are running the risk. Sorry, Honourable, we only get one whack at these things. Otherwise, this is all we do. Don't even, please forgive me. I wouldn't. It's not personal. Just we all only get one whack at these things.
Under 13 sub 2, the section you read is not when the point of order was called. It was the previous point of order.
All right. I think that's enough of the poos. Yeah, he knows they're right. They are going to keep arguing about the little details for quite a while yet. But that is the extent of what they're going to cover today. I have one quick... didn't go through your headphones. Yeah. I do have one quick thing. This is the reason why they were talking about the healthcare aides. Alberta nurses and healthcare aides set to strike on Saturday morning. Now, I can't read the rest of the article because it's the Edmonton Journal. There we go. Will walk off the job this weekend, forcing the cancellation of some elective surgeries. It's a critical moment, and we exhausted every path available before arriving at this one. And after almost 20 months of bargaining, the employer had fallen short, far short of what is needed and what is deserved. We are, Ninja. We are getting close. 90% of the AUPE nurses already voted in favor of a general strike. So, the wage gap prior to the most recent round of bargaining was $15 an hour to be a healthcare aide. Yikes. Yeah, so that is that there. Let's finish up the... Oh, here. This is the other thing I was going to say really quickly. These are the two gentlemen that kept raising things in the House of Commons. The duo, and by proxy, the Alberta Party, have infringed on progressive conservative trademarks. They wanted to revive the Alberta Progressive Conservative Party. However, the UCP, no worries, Lucky Owl, has declared that they're infringing upon their trademarks. So, see how that goes. Okay, we can finish up some positivity here. And yeah, we'll go from there.
We will make sure it has major impact with additional revenue supporting all-weather roads that can connect the poorest kids in our province from isolated communities with opportunities. Manitobans has the in-demand, low-cost, clean energy. Manitoba has the in-demand, low-cost, clean energy that tech companies need right now. Following recommendations from the Jim Balsillie, Canada's thought leader in innovation, we will invest in the generation and protection of our intellectual property, establish sovereign AI infrastructure, and ensure that Manitobans benefit from the new digital economy with better government services and stronger privacy protection. To help Trump-proof our economy, we will build new dual-fuel
loading up a couple
turbines
quick
in Westman,
wins from the NDP
750 megawatts of power online
that we
to
can
help
close
heat our homes
that we can close off the stream with
on the coldest days of the year. We are investing in rural economic development with increased municipal funding, a $3.7 billion historic capital investment, and a freeze on Crown land leases for the third year in a row. Our two new Manitoba Agricultural Service Corporation offices in Verdon and Shoal Lake are now supporting over 1,000 farmers and producers. And over the coming year, we will develop the legislative tools for a new livestock inspection program that will improve the financial stability of beef operations and expand their access to capital. We will continue to press the federal government to take action against Chinese tariffs to protect our pork and canola producers while we produce economic engagement with the world's second largest economy.
Take care, little taters. We are almost done here. I'm just going to quickly go through some updates from our NDP party members, our party runners, and then I think we're going to close off the stream for today. One of the main things that has happened is Rob Ashton has come out with some policy finally. The first one being his good job promise. If you're ready to work, the government will guarantee you a job, building homes, maintaining public infrastructure, caring for seniors, running environment. A national jobs guarantee says no one's left behind, training apprenticeships and good jobs across Canada. Good wages and strong standards. Every job will be good paying. Many of them will be public union-backed jobs. Have a good one, little taters. Thanks for being here, friend. And they're going to create hundreds of new jobs and no more corporate free rides. Every public dollar will come with strings attached. You want a subsidy? You keep jobs in the company in Canada for the long term. And a central bank that works for the people. This is his sort of video on
My name is Rob Ashton. I'm a dock worker, and I'm running for leader of the federal NDP. For too long, the rules of this economy have been written by and for CEOs. Profits keep going up, but workers' paychecks haven't budged. And the ruling class in Ottawa has let this happen, and I'm running to change that. My worker power plan is simple. Give more power to workers and less to CEOs. We're going to put work...
No, I haven't, Aria. Probably will not be able to get to it this week.
Workers in the boardroom with worker seats on corporate boards. We'll make it easier to join a union by bringing back one-step verification and cracking down on union busting. We'll protect the right to strike by repealing Section 107 because no government should be able to silence workers so that they can protect corporate profits. And we'll deliver bigger paychecks with fair wages and government contracts and sectoral bargaining.
Absolutely,
so the wealth workers create actually lands in their pockets and not in a CEO's bonus. Finally, the temporary foreign worker program is broken. It's being abused by the bosses to line their pockets. Vulnerable workers being exploited, driving down wages. And that's why it needs to be scrapped and replaced with a fair program that protects all workers, their status, and their labor. It's time we put power back where it belongs, in the hands of the workers. Hi, my name is Rob Ashton. I'm a dock worker, and I'm running for leader of the federal NDP. For too long...
He has done a couple of social events. A lot of people are saying that he hasn't been out and saying stuff, but I think yeah, 24 days and then 5 days ago, but he is starting to come out with more policy and ideas behind what it is he's running for. From there, we've got a couple of exciting things from Heather McPherson. Oh, I got a hair in my mouth. Hey, Blue Room, nice to see you, friend. Canada is in a national housing emergency. She has got end corporate controlling of housing and chat, yeah. Public builders, co-ops, and real affordability. Declare a national housing emergency to unlock federal land funds and coordination powers. Security for renters and hope for buyers. A national renters' bill of rights to cap annual rent increases, stop unfair evictions, and guarantee fair leases. And Blue Room, yes. And then sustainable, long-term, predictable funding to Indigenous communities to build housing. Stop the dismantling of encampments on federal lands and work with local authorities to develop a strategy to find permanent housing. So she's got some good things out as far as the housing stuff goes. The other thing that I want to show y'all is she did put out a statement about the notwithstanding clause last night that I thought was really awesome.
Just when you think that Danielle Smith can't go any lower, she brings forward a piece of legislation like C9. No, a piece of legislation that takes away the human rights of trans people in our community, attacks trans kids.
It is
on the most
yeah.
vulnerable kids in our community. This piece of legislation is wrong. It's wrong. It's small-minded. It's mean, and it's so dangerous. It's so dangerous. Danielle Smith, trans kids aren't your tool. They're not your foil to rouse up the far right within your party. These kids deserve your respect.
I'll say it this way, Aria. If you send some links in the Discord to the stream topics, then there's a higher chance that I'll be able to cover it.
They deserve your protection. You are the premier of this province. And the fact that you have let them down, the fact that you have brought forward such hateful legislation is horrifying. And to every kid, to every trans kid who felt today that their government was against them, that felt that there was a target on their back.
Yeah, absolutely, Kat. This is something we haven't seen from Heather yet, and I think that's why I wanted to show it.
You are so loved. You belong here. You belong in Alberta. You belong in Canada. And we will stand with you. We will fight. We will fight back against this terrible legislation.
Showing her humanity when it comes to stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. That is one main criticism that I have heard about her, is that there is a lot of scripting and a lot of, it just doesn't seem super personal. I think so, Anu. I mean, she is the only one that is currently an MP. So I imagine, oh my goodness, I imagine she's got a little bit more pressure to sort of toe that party line with the things that she says. Also, I think some of you saw this morning, but on Friday, Lance, can we get a shout out for Rachel Gilmore? On Friday, Rachel Gilmore is going to be interviewing the NDP leadership candidates, both Tennille Johnston and Tony McQuail. I will not be around on Friday. I am leaving tomorrow evening to go see some friends. So if you want to watch an interview of these two with Rachel Gilmore, that will be Friday, I believe, at 12 p.m. Eastern is when she streams on Friday. I will likely be in the chat. and attending it myself, but I will not be able to stream on Friday. Is it Thursday? Did I say Friday? Sorry, Thursday, November 20th. Not Friday. Thank you, Laurel. It's on Thursday. All right, we're gonna watch this sweet video from, oh, nope. Yeah, here we go. This is Tony's dress code, the MOV file. I love this.
Today we're exploring the
I think he has some really solid ideas and some solid things to say, but I'm just gonna play this. I believe her podcast interviews are posted to YouTube afterwards.
questions. Do politicians need a dress code? This is a letter I got from David. Dear Tony, I am disgusted that you are running for leadership of the stupid NDP. First of all, the way you are dressed up on the NDP website is absolutely disgraceful. How can you try to run for public office? It's absolutely disgraceful and downright degrading.
I don't know if you guys can hear him. He's pretty quiet, but I just thought this was very Tony.
Why an idiot like you wants to dress as most degrading, dress up more appropriately and not so downgrading with your awful dress code.
Downgrading.
Well, David, I want to tell you about my dress code. And it has to do with two stories from my political experience. In 1980, I was running as a new candidate, first time.
I love him.
I bought a new suit, and I wore my new suit with a tie and a shirt to an interview with Chip Martin from the London Free Press. And Chip took pictures as well as the interview. But when the story came out, the London Free Press had dug back in their archives and found an old file picture of me taken when I was giving a talk on renewable energy that made me look like Fidel Castro. My suit didn't make the picture at all. And then 10 years later, when I was the executive assistant to the Minister of Agriculture, we got to sit in the minister's box at the Royal Winter Fair as long as the men wore a tuxedo. So I bought a tuxedo. But the more I thought about it, the more irritated I was. Because why did I have to dress up like I was one of the 1%, the elite in society, wearing a tuxedo to the Royal Winter Fair? I'm a farmer, David. And I happen to be proud that I'm a farmer because farmers are the foundation of society, because food is what makes society possible.
He's Justin Trudeau's real dad.
I dress like a farmer. I dress in a work shirt and a t-shirt. Now, I will tell you, I did buy 2 new green work shirts and 2 new orange Every Child Matters shirts to wear for the campaign. But you know, when the campaign's done and the collars are a little frayed, they'll become my work shirts on the farm. So it's frugal, it's efficient, and I'm proud to be a farmer, and I'm not ashamed to look like a farmer, dress like a farmer, and be a farmer. Because I think we need more farmers and more ordinary people sitting around the table in Parliament, and not a bunch of politicians, lawyers, and rich folk pretending that they're part of the elite. So thank you for drawing my attention to my dress code, and I hope this has been able to share my reasoning for dressing the way I do. Thank you so much, David.
I love it so much. I just appreciate that a lot. Yeah, just so good. I just appreciate him. And always right in front of his economic cake chart, which I love. The other thing is he was able to get enough signatures, and he will be part of the debate, which is awesome. The debate, I don't want to get the date wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the debate is on the 28th. Is that correct? Or is it the 27th? I want to make sure that I get that day right. Yeah, Grandpa for Parliament. Yeah, November 27th. Okay. We're going to look at Tennille's updates a quick minute, and then I'm going to talk about what the plan is for that particular day, because I will obviously be streaming the debate. Oh, this is a post from oh my word, Reclaim the NDP. Yeah, G1. I'm just gonna play her video on why she's supporting Tennille Johnson. I don't know if you're here in the chat today, G1. I know you have been in the past, but yeah.
It should not be all about the leader, but here are 3 reasons why I am still volunteering for, supporting, and donating to Tennille Johnson's campaign to become NDP leader. Number 1, by all measures, she is just straight up a good candidate. Tennille was the best performing first-time NDP candidate in the recent federal election. She also somehow has some of the sharpest policy instincts I've ever seen, probably from her, 14 years of frontline experience as a social worker, where she specifically specialized in building autonomous health networks across rural communities, as well as her lived experience as an Indigenous woman. She's so incredibly practical and is the only one talking details on why and how Canada should build towards a green future by investing in nationwide climate-conscious public transit, domestic infrastructure investment, specifically closing the gap in Indigenous communities, all to create more jobs for Canadians. She's talking to farmers across the country on how we can have sustainable long-term food security that maintains the quality of our soil. She's laid out an actual plan on how we can cut down on hospital wait times by investing in our workers. And now, super excitingly, she put out policy on ensuring guaranteed livable basic income. Also, at the end of the day, if you've ever seen a clip of Tennille talking, she's just awesome. And she's not saying all this just to say it. She has the energy and the passion and the mindset to actually get it done. We've had endless conversations on ways to unify the federal and provincial parties, our electoral strategy, community outreach on a local level. That was a very long number 1. Number 2, I refuse to be complacent about the fact that she is the first ever Indigenous woman running for a federal party leadership and the only non-white person running in this race. Look, I came into this race being a spokesperson for Reclaim Canada's NDP as my main thing publicly, and that movement is neutral on the leadership race, and it still is. But on a personal level, I've come to question what neutrality means and looks like in a society that is colonial, racist, sexist, classist, and ableist. As someone who's weirdly been privy to a lot of the behind the scenes on what privileges the different candidates have, I realized pretty early on into this race how much it felt like I was being complacent more than neutral. And just to be clear, I'm not saying that Tennille deserves special treatment. I'm just giving a reality check that following centuries of colonization and genocide, and ongoing genocide is admitted by the Canadian federal government against Indigenous people, Tennille is the only Indigenous person running. Ignoring the imbalance between her and the other candidates on a systemic level is just pure denial. Number 3, if you haven't noticed yet, I care a lot about the direction that the NDP goes and that our country goes. I was frankly pretty heartbroken when the party decided to set its entry fee to be a leadership candidate at $133,000, not accounting for actually having to spend money to travel around the country to attend debates, meet people, or do events. It was especially horrifying because the Indigenous Peoples Commission of the party asked for a fee of no higher than $50,000, and they were just completely ignored and disrespected. We absolutely died in the recent election, losing so many seats, losing party status, and for some reason, the upper management of this party think that's a sign to be even more exclusive and elitist. I'd love to say, when I really get into my head about all this and ask myself, who do we need at least as an option on the ballot and as a voice at the debates to focus the conversation on making the NDP actually different so we have any chance in hell at getting elected and pushing out these liberals and conservatives that are constantly bailing out corporations on our backs? And the answer is Tennille. I'm not saying you have to do what I do or agree with me. I just want to put this out there and be honest. Let me know what you think. I've been very vocal about believing that the NDP should not be all about the leader.
On, and I also have one big thing from Tennille herself. Yuan talked about how she put out the guaranteed livable basic income.
With disabilities are struggling to afford. Working Canadians, seniors, and people with disabilities are struggling to afford rent and groceries, all while the top 1% now owns nearly 30% of Canada's wealth. We need a guaranteed and livable basic income, like the one introduced by our NDP MP Leah Gazan. That would mean cash transfers back to Canadians. A guaranteed livable basic income will reduce poverty, empower people living with disabilities, and serve as a powerful tool in eliminating gender-based violence, for which Indigenous women and girls are most targeted. But that's not enough. Any GLBI program must also come alongside investments in affordable housing, healthcare, and nationwide public transit. I'm running for NDP leadership to push for practical but bold solutions. We need to champion from the left and bring home a safer and more inclusive Canada. How can you help? Chip in what you can to my leadership campaign. Put me on the ballot, and let's take back the NDP for working Canadians.
Love it. Love it, love it. So friends, there is hope out there. We do have some solid human beings that are running for the leader of the NDP party. I have not chosen who I'm going to be voting for, obviously. But just watching how the race is going is making me very excited for the potential of more positivity in the future. So yeah, a couple of things about the end of the month here. It's tough. I know they all really do. And that's why I'm really, really looking forward to the debate on the 27th. You have to be a member of the NDP party. That's it. That is how you are able to vote. I'm just getting one thing pulled up here. I talked a little bit earlier, I don't know how many of you caught it, but I talked a little bit earlier when Faya was talking about having a team, that I wanted this community to be more of a community of voices. Way down. And not just me speaking into a mic on a stream trying my best to sound like I know what I'm talking about. And one of the ways that I want to do that is by encouraging and sending you all to different streams for... Oh my goodness, that's so loud. Sorry. Sending you all to different streams for people that are doing different work. One of those people in our community is, of course, Faya Kim. Oh, probably Schwillis. I was having so many issues getting started this morning. Yep, it sure is. That's okay. I'll change it afterwards. Yeah, nothing wanted to work this morning, so that was super fun. We barely made it onto YouTube, but I can change those names after the fact, so we're all good. Anyway, sorry. The wonderful Faya Kim is somebody in our community that is hoping to do a little bit more when it comes to talking politics. She often streams when I don't or can't. She streamed yesterday, for example. And I would just really encourage all of you to give her a follow. Because she's great. She's an awesome member of our community, and she has an important voice when it comes to what is happening in our world. So that is one person. The other person in our community that is going... Hey, Aria. That is going to be starting something new is Anu / Pim. Now going to be going... Thanks, Blue Room. Going to be looking into some of the history of various parts of our Canadian history. I believe at the end of this month, they're going to be covering some of the... Oh, Anna, you're going to have to help me out here because my brain is mush. Some of the Union stuff from previously in our history. He is going to be streaming that on November 29th at 6 p.m. If you want more information on that, if you go on the Discord, at some point in the next... Also some Corporal BS. Yeah. Anu's been picking up some books and doing some reading, is going to be doing a talk / discussion on that on the 29th. So 27th debate, I will definitely be streaming that. And then that Saturday, the 29th, we're going to join Anu and have a discussion on some of the... Thank you. On Alberta labor history through the lens of a book. Thank you. I was like, what is the word I'm looking for? Labor history. Thank you. So I would love it if all of you could come out and support that on the 29th. Getting there, Gavin. I promise I'm coming. And yeah, someone that I appreciate, someone that is one of the main reasons why I have a stream. And there's going to be more information coming in the Discord. And another person that we're hoping to prop up in the next little while is Gavin. And it's going to happen. And when and where, we're going to figure that out. He was hoping to do something last week. but unfortunately got the cold that's going around. Yes, there's an entry in the schedule on my page that y'all can request a notification from. Correct. So if you're in the House Hippo Commons Discord, there will be a link somewhere. I haven't asked Anu where he wants to put it, but there will be a link somewhere that you can join his Discord where you can find out more information on the stream that he's going to be doing on the 29th. So that is sort of all the things I had planned for today. I might stream tomorrow morning. It depends on how exhausted I am, to be quite honest. This was an almost 5-hour stream. And then I'm gone for the weekend, but I will likely be doing my usual Sunday evening cozy gaming stream when we are back. We have a family friend in town that I haven't seen in a couple years, so I'm super excited to go spend time with them and with family. I'm putting in salary hours, I know. Well, after with all the absolute amazingness that happened yesterday, it's like things are starting to grow and they're starting to build, and I'm super excited about that. When I started the first week, even the first month, I had like super lots of people on the very first day. And then we've been around like 10 to 15, which is awesome. And we've been pushing like 30, 40 on the streams the last little while, which is like wild. I'm so grateful that you are all here. I'm so grateful that you're here to listen to my thoughts on all of this stuff. And I look forward to continuing. Kiddo's home. Give me 1 second, kiddo. I'm looking forward to continuing that as the months go on. I'm going to raid you over to Peacefire Now. Like I said earlier, he, on Wednesday afternoons, does something called W's, where he looks at the news and finds things that count as wins, because sometimes we need a little bit more positivity in our life. And so I'm going to send y'all over there. Let's do our quick thing that I definitely need to have typed up more. See ya, Marquis. Thank you for being here. You guys can copy and... Yeah, exactly, Plain Power. If you guys can copy and paste this message into the chat, I would super, super appreciate it. You're gonna stand right there. Awesome. Mama's almost done. Are you excited to chat? I'm so ready for it. Mom needs 2 more minutes, okay? So, have a great rest of your Wednesday. Say hello to Peacefire Now, and I will talk to you all either tomorrow or Sunday. Much love to you all. Take care of yourselves. Good night. Goodbye.
Time chat with a 1 because of the banana bread. It is power.
It's done. Almost done. Almost done.
That's what I have to say, right? From now on, we are just going to be doing banana bread streams. No, I'm kidding. That being said, hold on. Am I full screen
If it's a what?
right now? Because this person deserves...
Okay, I'm almost done, sweetheart. I need 2 more minutes to close everything down, and then I can come sit with you, okay?